Good evening, everyone. This is JT with Legacy Art Games, and we are back with more tabletop campaigns. Tonight, we are resuming Scorched Land Saga with GM Paulson. Yes, after our savioring of the elves and are visiting the oasis to inform them of, the unfortunate death of their soldiers, we set out into the desert bound for the city-state of Balic. And on our way, we met a giant mage who was actually quite friendly, and we got some really powerful wine from him. Now we are stopping off at a village to get supplies and then resuming our trip to the city-state. We are already in progress, so I'm going to hand it right over to the GM. Have fun.
Fort Ladopolus to the northwest actually. So there will be no problems, no bandits. There is so many soldier patrols in this area. Then bandits, they don't dare to attack people. Also, the Balic is quite nearby, so
Okay,
it's safe.
I'm gonna just buy 3 of them then.
Oh yeah, no need to stack rations. You can restock in Balic.
You're on, Paul. Good to go.
Gotcha. So that's one. 2 days lodging. You wanna camp outside of the village, or you wanna rent something and sleep in one of the inns, taverns of Ladopolus?
Well, I'm gonna go for the safer option and go for the inn.
I would as well.
5 ceramic, guys, per head.
Okay.
I'm more of a hermit. I'm okay sleeping outside.
You're cheap. That's the truth.
No, he is. Remember his background. He was an outlander and a water trader. So
no, I was a hermit.
Hermit. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm always mixing you up with a water trader. I don't know why.
It's because of the type of clerk I am. I'm a water clerk.
I think somebody else was making a character that was a water trader, and now I am having a hard time to remember. Okay, so as I said, 2 days. 2 days travel from Ladopolus. There was no problem. You've met many soldier patrols. They were quite obnoxious at first, but every time you were explaining yourself and presenting Balican senator insignia, they were usually leaving you immediately in peace and wishing you farewell. It's good to be a son of an establishment, even though it's not the highest level of establishment, but still the common soldiers will not dare to mess around with a member of the family of one of the lawmakers, even though they are just formal, not actual lawmakers. You've arrived to Balic, and you are at the gate. Obviously, as everyone who is going through the city gate, there will be a check performed by Templars and members of the armed guards. So as you approach the gate, one of the Templars recognized your medallion, Kalimakos, and he pointed at you, asking you to come and skip the line. And then he asked, he says, I see that you are a member of a highborn family. Do you travel alone, or you have companions?
No, I am traveling with these 3 friends of mine, and I point at the other 3.
Very well.
He's pointing at the meds, man, not us.
In that case, there is no reason for you to stand in the dust and waste your time. Please enter these chambers. We will proceed to start through standard checkup. Nothing very disturbing. We don't want to waste the time. Right? And he smiles and opens the door, inviting you inside.
Yeah. Yes, of course. Thank you very much. I be the asked to enter. Of course, we are not wearing any of the magic items nor my
I know.
spell book.
I know. I remember that you said that everything will be in a bag of holding. The bag of holding is also a magic item, so might be detected by if they are spellcasters, and many of the there will be at least one by at the each gate during the daytime when the traffic is high through the gates. There might be even more because they always check and look for contraband, smugglers, people who are trying to escape the so-called justice system in Balic and so on. So you still might expect some sort of investigation, unless you will spend some resources and just bribe the guy to leave you be. They probably the chance is high, judging by your origin, that you may get away with bribery. And besides, Templars, they are they newcomers, they might refuse, but they typically take a coin from the Palicans, especially those who are highborn.
Then Entrock stays very close to Callimachos. He's now his manservant because, well, he's carrying the bag of holding.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I try to nonchalantly say that since we had since we had a long trip, I've got lots of things to do in the city. If it's just possible to skip these formalities and just go straight ahead.
So,
of course, if you need a donation for your efforts, I will be more than willing to help you.
oh, yes, of course. A donation for to ease the life of the loyal servants of rightfully ruling King Andropinis is always well received. So yeah, sure, we can assume that. Besides, who would dare to accuse a son of the lawmaker about unlawful activities, right? So definitely you have nothing to hide. The control did not discover anything, so we can proceed to the donation, and you can move on, continue your daily obligations.
Very well. Thank you very much. Your generosity is much appreciated.
I hope so. I hope.
And I'm gonna hand him 150 ceramic pieces.
Let me check. Make a charisma persuasion check, and it will be opposing to his.
And Entrock
bows. He says. Well, I understand you are in a hurry. Just today we have 5 guards by the gate, so we would appreciate a little bit of more of the understanding from your part.
I see. 200 then.
He smiles and says, "Well, since there is 5 of us, 300 will do."
Okay, I'll need a loan from one of the others, though, because I've got only 200 with
Okay.
me.
I'm down to 5 ceramic and 800 after that.
I will check. I will check what Arrow has. Arrow has 133.
I have 400.
Okay, so you have enough to cover that.
How much do you need?
100.
I'll give you 200 because that'll leave you broke.
Okay, thank you. Well,
So he took the coins. He took the coins and he gave you. I mean, you not he to Kalimakos he didn't, but to each of you, Ero, Entrok, and Rezo, he handed you a small parchment of a pergamene with the wax seal on it, and he said, "Don't lose it. It's a proof that you underwent the procedure of the gate checkup." I'm sorry. So, pardon me. So, if there will be an additional checkup within the city walls by one of the patrol, you can present this, and you will not be harassed too much regarding possible criminal activities, because it also means that you are legally within the walls of the Balic. So definitely don't lose it. Not being in a possession of this ticket may cause you to be imprisoned or even sold into slavery if you will not be able to prove that you've entered the city in any legal way.
Thank you very much, and I wish you a very good day.
And same for you, Senator. He smiled and opened the door, allowing you all to leave.
While we are leaving, I say telepathically to the other three, I hate Templars so much.
And Entrok bows his head respectfully to the Templar as he puts his papers within his robe, and he follows closely after Kalimakos.
Okay, guys. So you are within the city. You have few options. Where would you like to go? Basically, you, Kalimakos, you have a small. Hold on, I have to check. You have a small establishment provided to you by your parents. It's a small mansion. Not exactly. It's like a small house. I mean, small from your perspective, not small at all from the perspective of average. Squid eaters in Balic.
I tell the others that we should probably first go to my home house where we can have a bath and leave our stuff. Then I absolutely need to go report to my parents what happened. You can feel free to do whatever you want after that.
Entrok admits, I hate being in the city-states. Last time I was in a city-state, I was a slave, so this is just great.
This is horrible. I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, maybe I'll find something that I don't hate here. It's got to be something.
Okay, so you can go to your small establishment. You can get an inn, or You can visit also your parents' mansion, or you can do something else.
Yeah, as I said, I'm first gonna go to my house to have a bath there and change into some less worn out clothes, and then after, like for example, one of the ones we found in the dungeons, and then after that, I'm gonna go visit my family.
All right. So you have arrived. Hold on. And Rezo. And okay, so you arrive to impressive looking establishment. Small is not the correct word, at least not from your perspective. It's quite impressive house, and as you enter inside, you immediately spot your two of your guards, Morg and Brazen, on the being on the lookout. They nod, greeting you once you enter, and gave a look with the question in the gaze, but does not speak openly, asking who are they, those new comers, since they follow you inside. You guys, you can see that he has grass in his house. There is a small tree growing and some bushes with the fruits. That's rare to have. So yeah, probably he might have more interesting stuff available here. This big building to the left, that's these are stables. So your mounts will have a good stay there. Okay, currently the door to the house are open. So yeah, you can enter and
Yeah, I'm gonna greet my guards and say, yeah, these three are my guests. We traveled and fought together in the desert. How have things been here in my absence? Everything quiet?
no problem so far. Thank you. We also did not experience anything unpleasant. Who would dare to attack this mansion anyways?
Oh, well, that's good to hear. It's great to be at home. See you later. And after having greeting them, I go inside.
Okay.
And I greet everyone else that I meet, and I explain them the situation.
Yeah,
exactly. And ask them to prepare some beds or some place to stay for the other three. For Rezo, there may be some. It may require some adjustments, but.
So you have, I guess, a room good for Rezo right here to the left, which is big enough. Your father have quite a few half giants as a slaves, as a security personnel. So yeah, all your establishment have rooms good for bigger people, and so your room is on the second floor. So going upstairs, that's where you will find it. Maybe I will show it to you right now.
Cool.
So this room to the hold on, I have to check if yeah, all open, good. So the room to the right, it's like kind of a guest room. It was your room before, when your parents were still, I mean your mother and her husband, because he's not formally your father. But nobody dares to question that, even though your origin is obvious. Nobody will openly say, if they are not highborn enough to openly question your birthright. You know that you probably will not receive that much of goods from the side of your father, but your mother is also a wealthy and well established, coming from wealthy and well established family, so it's not a big of a deal. So this mansion was provided to you once you have come and cabinet that was before used by your parents now also belongs to you. You have said
Paul, I cannot hear you.
Yeah, you're cutting out, Paul. He's at a cafe, so his internet is questionable.
Yeah, I can imagine.
He had a brownout at home just before the session, so he had to run to a cafe.
yeah. How is it now?
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
now I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry guys, there was some drop in signal quality here in. So if it will be it will happen too often. Uh, ah, pain. Pain. Hopefully not.
You're doing
Okay,
fine.
so this is your house. This is your house. Can be a kind of a base of operation as long as you stay in Balic. Now, what's the next step after you? Aha, you will take a rest. And have I provided you experience points last session?
Yes, you did.
Believe we did.
Yes, at the very end you did.
Okay, I'm checking 5, 6, 50. Yeah. So you should be level.
4.
Oh yeah, 1000 to level 5.
Getting close.
All right. So you will take a rest, refresh, and eat, and then it's time to decide what you do next. What will be your next step regarding what you know and what you don't?
Entrop's just.
Before the question is, do you guys wanna have like a meeting before you sleep, or you wanna sleep first?
Well, I don't think I need to sleep right now, since nothing particular happened during the trip.
Okay.
The stop here was just to get refreshed and to drop all the stuff we were carrying with us.
Okay. So what now?
As I said, I want to go visit my parents and report them of the success about the success with the Surians.
Okay. What about the rest?
We're trying to sell the non-magical stuff,
Which is
like the chandelier, the
oh,
metal weapons.
Well, not a good idea. No.
We'll have to do maybe a little bit at a time.
I will explain. Why not a good idea? You, as you, in Balic, you have no status, no statement, no ground to stand upon at all. If you will go somewhere and try to sell the objects of such a unique qualities and a value as metal alloy, trinkets and antiques, you will immediately catch attention, and that's a very bad thing in a city where uh, the first to play are Templars. Andropinis is quite jealous, so he really rules with the strong hand through his Templars. Even though he gives people an illusion of democracy and freedom, it's still a tyranny. So a common folk selling stuff like that, that's not wise. Either try to do it via Kalimakos or find a no, I will not say, but first you need information whom you can trust. Basically, think about it that anyone can report you to Templars for a little bit of prestige, maybe not prestige, a little bit of how you call it, earning few scores with the Templars to have a chance for a possible future, a favor from them. That's how it works. Nobody knows you here. Nobody will cry after you, and they will usually people who deal with this kind of trade. They will sell you without a blink.
But could they not get away with selling a very small amount, like one item? Because surely there are treasure hunters and scavengers who bring things back to the cities.
It's
Correct.
still better to do with me around.
That's one, or not to do it in Balic, or find a patron that will be your like a passer to whom you will go and deliver items, and he will be making a trade on your behalf. You basically need someone trustworthy enough in terms of doing business, because on your own you always risk to run into the agents of the Templars, and the Templars will immediately start asking questions where the common folks like you got in the possession of the items that usually are only in the possessions of nobles and Templars. You may get away with the explanation that you have discovered the ruins, but then you risk the turn of events that Templars will simply say, by the authority of the King Andropinis, the objects are being arrested due to the high possibility that they were originally the possession of a sorcerer king, and there is no way around it. You cannot. You can try to report on that, but to small extent.
What about something less suspect like the gemstones?
Yeah, that's this you can sell. There is quite a few jewelers in Balic, so with the gemstone you should not have a problem. Gemstones are quite a common exchange for a currency because they basically their value is stable or even slightly growing. So it's often a common idea, a common habit that people, when they move from one city to another, because obviously ceramic pieces are produced by every city and has different emblemas, and very frequently they will not be exchangeable from city to city. So, for instance, Balic will not accept the currency of Tyr or of Uric, and vice versa. So people exchange their currency when they leave the city to gems, for instance, and then once they arrive to the next city, they exchange gems into the local currency and are able to purchase the stuff. So yeah, gems, no problem.
Yeah, I think that also the broken weapons we have could be sold to a weaponsmith.
But that has to be you. For
Yeah, that
multiple
has to be me
reasons.
because it's metal.
Yes, and the commoners, they don't have access to smiths. That's also under the law that common people, they cannot talk, they cannot visit the smithies, so they have no idea what's going on there. So they
Yeah.
will not, guards will not allow anyone except of the nobles, templars, and direct subordinates of the sorcerer king to enter the smiths.
Yeah, well, then my suggestion is that you can go sell the gems while I talk to my family, and then we can reconvene and go to the smith to sell those weapons, and then we will progressively get rid of the rest of the loot as well.
Honestly, I would wait because you probably have the best chance of getting a good price. May as well do it all at once.
Yeah, that's also another thing. Then you can just relax or have fun while you wait. Shouldn't take long, hopefully.
Out of curiosity, could they, how do I want to say, could they position themselves as subordinates of Callimachos and thereby gain a little bit of status within the city?
Yes, if you will receive like official, you will receive an insignia that you have to wear all the time, visible, that will point you to the specific house that you belong to. You may be either receive the status of a slave of the house, or you can be a servant. Usually, it's the same. It's just a name that makes a difference. Most of the servants are basically slaves. Sometimes, on rare occasions, they are free people who are being employed by the nobles, but nobles, they don't do it particularly often because of the obvious reason. They can have a slave, someone who will do the job for free, just for a status and provision every day. But still, the situations like that happens because slaves are sometimes not enough in terms of skills that they possess, and you need to get someone with a specific skill set to get the job done. That's when you will get the specific servants with the specific skills, and you pay them because they are worth the money that you are giving them.
Yeah, actually, my plan was to tell my family how you helped me and convince them to hire you as guards for our family.
You can do it. You can do it on your own, Kalimakos, because you are already of age. So you are legally recognized as basically this is your mansion. This is your let's say you can manage it the way you like. You can hire whoever you want. You can build your own establishment in a way that you find fit. People will not intervene in that, and your father doesn't care that much. Your mother is more concerned, but again, you are already a grown man, so you don't have to ask for the permission to actually get them on the list of your personal guards, personal associates, or slaves of your house that will represent your interest whenever they go out to the city. You have to prepare the documents for that. You will be required to go to the office of the city notary, present them, set a valid document written by yourself, and leave your stamp, and they will safekeep it. You will receive an official note of acknowledgement that then said individuals are recognized as being under your employment, that their actions are burdened with your personal responsibility. Usually it doesn't mean anything. It's just a legal statement that is one of the dead legal statements within a Balic. Because even if there will be any trouble caused by them to some of the commoners, no law enforcer will take a side of the commoners against the people who make even formally the laws of Balic. So, but yeah, there will be information like that, in case if they will mess up with the Templars. Obviously, that's like a break for nobles to don't do all the things that they would be interested to do. And then they will receive the insignia of your house. You will give them the insignia of your house that they can wear wherever they go, and they should have the parchment issued also by you, signed by you, and issued by this office of. Oh my God! I just said that, and I forgot what I said. Notary office of Balic, and they will be legal to go wherever they want, wherever you want them to go, and represent your interest in even business transactions. So that's the way to go. Good call.
Okay, then let's do it in order. First, I need to report I'm here because I need to tell my family I'm back. Then we sell some stuff because we need some currency to be available to spend immediately, and then we go to the office and do this.
Gotcha. So your father was received you on a cold manner, just as usually he does. He doesn't. He never was showing you much of appreciation for obvious reason. You are a walking proof of his wife not being faithful, but there was never also an open hostility. He has bastards of his own, so they would never argue much about it. Their marriage was just arranged, and they were living together, and that's it. And so your mother was more happy, definitely for because of your safe return. So you had a little bit of a talk. If you want to role play that, we can.
It wouldn't be nothing particular. I would just tell her of what happened with Tarek and the Suran. I would of course leave out completely the part about the temple. Just
okay.
Just say that I managed to retrieve some very interesting spoils from this adventure.
One of the very rare occasions when your father actually got interested in the stories that you had regarding your trips or endeavors, and as you were talking about this whole situation, and he listened with a medium attention, but he asked you in the end, you've openly presented my name there to the guards as being the family that actually provided the help in solving the problems to the soldiers and the settlements around.
Of course, Father. When I arrived at the oasis, the first thing I did was making sure that they knew who I am and which house I represent.
Well, that to have hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Something weird happened and my Roll20 froze.
Can hear you.
Music stopped as well.
There was a bit of a skip in your audio. Maybe you had a bump there.
Yeah, something was not. Yeah, something is not right. But he said that he appreciate that you mentioned his family name because and you know why. If endeavor was successful and you provided the real help and real solution, your name will be I mean, your and his name will be in an official report. Official report will be sent by the captain of the guards in that place and delivered to the head guards headquarters of Balic. It will be presented on this next session of Balic Parliament. So other senators and Templar representatives, they will hear about his uh, his family members, or basically his family, solving an issue with the bandits, disturbing a trade and well-being of the farmers and workers in the villages no, in the northern realms of the Balik. So it definitely give a few points to the prestige of your family, and can be sometimes uh, decisive factor when it comes to voting. Senate vote not just for laws, but also for the specific offices that are distributed between the members of the Senate. And when when you are being recognized, or you have done something specific for a city that makes it easier, or you solve this certain problem that was an issue, the king or a Templar, High Templar, can contact the speaker of the Senate, and definitely basically tell him, okay, so for this office you will choose this one because he did this or that, and he should receive a specific reward. This is the will of the king, and voting is voting, and then the voting result is the one that the Templars wanted. So this might help in the future. You are not sure if it will be, but definitely it's not a bad thing that you the mention of your father was there, even though he's not actually your father. In official papers, you are recognized as a member of his household. So this kinda helps him more than you for now, but who knows?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I managed both to save a patrol of soldiers that was captured by some Tarek slavers, and to root both the Tarek and the Surian. So and to stabilize the region. So I am sure that official word of this contribution will reach the city soon.
Very well. One of these rare occasions when you actually were useful, if you need some refreshments, you can request the servants of the house to receive some. You certainly have earned it. Uh, you certainly have earned it, just judging by the story that you have told. Probably
Thank you.
one of the warmest receptions that you had from your father in your entire life.
Yeah. Thank you, Father. Your generosity is extremely appreciated, and I bow slightly to him.
Your mother looks very proud right now because she was always presenting you in a kind of a way that you are better than the rest of the children, especially that she's the only one who is aware about the skills, the magic skills that you possess. Nobody else knows in the family for obvious reason. Sanctioned spellcasters who are sanctioned by Templars, they are not preservers, they are defilers, right? They use the same kind of magic that Sorcerer King does. So presenting you with your unique skills would be actually a problem for your family. So your mother never explained that, especially that your biological father is a member of the Veiled Alliance and an elven spy who is gathering information about the movement of the Templars in southern cities, and organizing a network of spies and opportunists against the establishments of the southern cities. So they are openly fighting against the sorcerer kings. So that wouldn't be particularly wise to present you as a spellcaster with such a connections. But nevertheless, you are the only one in your entire household who has a talent towards magic and who is capable to, now produce the spells that for many would be straight miracles and something that's it's basically unavailable to almost none, only to the Templars. So she was always very proud of that fact, and was always, whenever you were kind of bullied by the others at home, or your father didn't give you much of appreciation, she was always giving you, like a slight push to move forward, to work harder, and to develop the skills, the powers that you possess, to be grow more capable, and one day be, the force to reckon with.
And after that, I think I will have some of the refreshment that my father offered. I will spend a little bit more time with my mother while eating and drinking,
Okay.
and then I will ask if my brother is in town as well, or if he's around for military duty.
He is currently on the ship, providing us security on the fleet. So they have some sort of maneuvers. They patrol the shore. It's quite disturbing, but he wants to be an admiral, so he has to serve first before gaining the chance to get back to the land and gain an office.
Well,
So no, he's not around.
hopefully I will still be in town when he'll be back.
Who knows?
And
The chances, yeah. Depends how long you will stay, but you might meet him eventually.
and after that, I'll excuse myself, saying that it was a long trip, and I'm tired and still have lots of things to take care of before being able to rest. And I will greet both of them.
Your father just nod without saying anything. Your mother, as usually, she said that you can always come back to this house, as it is same yours as theirs, and then wish you farewell. So, guy, the Kalimakos was out for an hour or so. He's back.
Okay. Yeah. Unless you guys want to do something else, I would go sell some of the stuff now.
Might be worth it. The gemstones, at least.
The gemstones and the basic metal weapons. The most valuable ones will require a different approach.
Yes. But just off of the gems, we could do quite a bit of shopping here.
Most likely, yes. But before doing more shopping, we will go to register you, because I want to be sure to have the funds with me to pay for that before buying other stuff.
Of course. However things work here, you would know better than me.
Yeah, they are a bit complicated at times, but it's home.
Oh, my home was a forest. It looks a bit like your courtyard, but much bigger.
Well, I've never been. I've heard some tales about the forests populated by the elflings, but I've never actually been in one. I would really love to see it one day, myself one day. Hopefully, without getting eaten in the process, of course.
And that makes Entrock laugh. You were reading my mind. They would eat you.
Well, I have heard that your people are pretty suspicious of outsiders.
Well,
Not all tribes.
I
Not all
cannot
tribes.
blame you. Not that we are much better.
So I have to. I'm not sure if JT is aware of that. There are some tribes that openly cooperate and almost coexist. They trade a
do?
lot with tall people. These are usually the tribes that are living on the northern edge of the rich forest, and those around. No, the capital is these are the most xenophobic. No. So, but those in the northern part of the rich forest, they are really open to the outsiders, and there is a lot of trade going on between these tribes and nomads, or some traders that are, brave enough to come to this part and trade with the halflings for the unique gems that they possess. So jade and uh, oh, the green stones. What is the name of the green
Emerald?
gems? Emeralds.
Emerald.
Yeah. But also the seeds, fruits, the unique quality wood, especially the hardwood that they have there. The wild beasts, birds that you can have as in a noble houses as decoration. So very unique stuff, not available anywhere else. Only available there.
And Entrock is just bitter. He's from the Forest Ridge, but he was taken as a slave into a city state, so he doesn't have a good opinion of them.
Okay, but yeah, okay. So this is the stuff about different. But in majority, from your perspective, that I'm talking now to Kalimakos and Rezo, halflings eat whatever walks. It doesn't matter if it walks on 2 or 4 legs. If it walks, it's made of the meat, so it can be eaten.
Okay, well,
Go ahead.
yes. Well, no, I just wanted to say that we are going to the jewelers district for the gems.
Okay. Jeweler. Do I have a map of? I think I had. No. Yeah, I have the shop, but not yet turned into uh, the map. Sorry. So you arrive to one of the jewelers that your mother was often purchasing her jewelry from. So you kind of know him. That was your first thought was, yeah, we will go there because he knows me, so it might be easier to bargain. And he greets you. He recognize you vaguely, but still, and he says, "Oh, welcome back to my establishment. Would you like to purchase some of the highest quality of jewelries that are currently available in Balic?" And smiled.
I know that your merchandise is incredible, but actually today I'm here for a different reason. I'm here to ask you if you would be interested in purchasing purchasing some gems I obtained outside of the city.
Oh, gems. Well, certainly there is never enough of those. In a business like my own, I would certainly be interested to take a look at them, and we can decide about the price.
Yeah, of course. Well, let me check how much stuff we have. A lot of them, actually.
We have a lot of them, yeah.
To make it easier, I just redid the party loot so that all the gems are at the bottom.
Yeah. Well, as a question, would it be wise to show all of them to Ethan? It's probably better to show him just a few, because this really looks like too much for a single one.
You know, you are not for you. Usually, it might be or it might be not. Depends. Some of the traders might become greedy and try to do something. You have this privilege of being a noble in this area, so they will not openly try to scam you or harass. They may still bargain for a price, but you are not risking a question: how did you acquire those? After all, you are a member of the noble family that probably possibly can easily manage to possess thousands of the gemstones like this without much of a hassle, because of the the possession that they have: lands, farms, maybe um, uh, stocks in trade establishments like a fleet or caravans and so on. So nobles earn a lot of money, ridiculous amounts of money compared to the common folks. So they don't care. And having like
Okay.
20 few dozens of gemstones, especially like those, it's nothing.
Okay, then I'm gonna show him what we have, but actually I think that the silver earrings should not be among the gemstones, just as a little note.
Earrings, yeah, earrings.
Those should be with the rest of the stuff.
Oh yes, that's my mistake. I apologize.
No problem. Anyway, I'm gonna show him the rest of the stuff.
Okay, so if you want to bargain, you roll persuasion just like before, and then the success that you will roll will decide what will be the percentage that he will offer to you. So the higher you roll, the better it is.
Okay.
Right? So he's offering you standard price, so it will be half of the value of these items.
Okay, so let me check the total. So it's 50 for the obsidian, 550. It's better to use the calculator. So
yeah, me too. I'm just doing it right now.
I was just going to say earlier, you could get away with the gems because it's much easier to transport just dozens of gems than thousands of coins or currency of that kind. And gems are valuable everywhere.
So it will be 9,275 ceramic pieces.
9,275.
Yeah.
Okay. JT, can you put it in the party loot? We can then split it among ourselves later.
Sure. Okay, that's
Well, and-
updated.
Perfect. And and after that, I will thank the merchant and say pleasure doing business with you. I will make sure to come back to you when I will need some new gemstones for myself or some jewels.
Okay, very well. Always a pleasure doing business. These are good stones. I will make sure to produce some splendid pieces of jewelry art.
And after that, at this point, I think we have enough cash to go to the registry office.
You don't sell those rusted blades and that you collected.
Okay, we can do that as well. Okay, then we're gonna go to the smithy next.
Yeah, you have six. There was six short swords, six spearheads, and
One great axe and two wooden shields. But okay, those are just wood.
Yeah. Okay, so your companions will not be allowed to enter the smith without being officially recognized as your as the members of your house yet, because they don't have a pass issued by the office of notary. But you can enter. So again, make a check like before, and I will tell you the price. Okay, so they will offer you 80%. You convince you bargain heavily, and you convince them to actually accept your price this time. So I will quickly make roll 1d4.
I'm sorry, Paul, a value was not given on those, so I didn't have one to put down.
No, don't worry, don't worry. I know the value. No worries. So for the metal that you delivered, they in total they provide you for great axe and all the metal tips, metal spearheads and short swords, and 10,600 ceramic pieces.
Okay. Again, could you please write it down, JT? Just
Absolutely.
I don't want to do it to avoid overwriting different versions.
It's updated, and we're quite a bit rolling in the money here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I told you.
And that's not even the most valuable stuff we have. But anyway, should be enough for now. After this, as I said, we are going to go to the registry office.
Okay, so the standard document like that will cost you 100 ceramic plus 100 ceramic per parchment for each of the party member that you sign up as your official representatives. So in total, 400 ceramic, and the documents will be
I think
provided.
600. It's 3 people, right?
No, 100 for this for your because you create only one. You bring 3 of them.
Okay. Then
Yeah,
400.
you sign up
Got it.
one request, and then they issue 3, one for each of those. So 400 in total.
It'd be 300. Rezo wouldn't do it.
Oh, you don't want?
No, Rezo wouldn't do it.
Entrock will if he's being taken as a free citizen.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Okay,
it basically gives you a status of to be recognized as a member of or belongings of the household of a noble. So it gives a lot of advantages when you are in a said city, or when you meet a law enforcers of said city within or outside of the walls, but still within the domain that belongs to Balic. You will be basically left in peace in most of the time. If they will see that your insignia that you wear or check on the parchment, they will just let you go, because most of the people, they don't want to mess with nobles.
True, but if Kalimikos dies, we're basically slaves to this family now.
Haha. Yeah, you might be considered to become. Okay, yeah, I see the
Because
reason.
nobles don't recognize the difference between a free employee and a
Yeah,
slave to the
yeah.
document.
That's when I burn the papers and disappear.
Okay. Well, yeah, there is certainly.
As you prefer. I am not forcing anyone.
And from what I see, the only benefit is we get to follow him to where he sells the stuff. Versus
No, you
just
can
letting him go sell the
go
stuff.
on your own. You will be able to go on your own and enter the establishments that most of the time are basically unavailable for anyone except the nobles and highborn and the Templars and so on. So you will have access to the smithies. You will be able to acquire a metal objects. You will be able to sell the objects of questionable rarity without being, interviewed by Templars or guards and so on. You will be able to participate in events made by the nobles or by Templars as let's say as a security or an assist of Kalimakos and so on. It gives you access to many places and spaces and events and meetings that normally you would never have an access to.
Then I guess since only Kalimikos can read, I have to ask him, does this say that we are free men employed, not slaves?
Question for the master. Is there any difference in the documents, or are they all the same?
The documents will be all the same, but there will be a mention that they are hired individuals on a contract, or that they are belongings of the household, which means slaves. It basically doesn't make any difference in terms of how they will be recognized, but being on a contract will mean that they get paid for providing the providing the help using the unique skill sets that they have in your endeavors. Again, as I explained before, sometimes slave doesn't possess a specific skill set, and you need to hire someone to do the job.
Okay. Yeah, there will be a mention that you are free free people working for me.
I'll take your word on it.
Okay, then 400 ceramic pieces then. I think I can edit that myself.
From 0 to 20,000 in 10 minutes.
Yes, really.
Oh, we'll bring that number back down. Actually, I think I'll be the main one to bring that number back down.
Yeah, this is very likely.
Because the armor I want is double the price.
Which still is, even the biggest that you will take, it will be like 3,000. Right? Master crafted extra 150. So it's not a big of a deal. Even if you will purchase something that is high-end quality, you have enough money to actually supply all of you with high-end produced objects, armors, equipment that currently the civilization provides. Mounts and bardings and so on.
And truck.
Okay, at this point, I think we are free to do basically whatever we would like.
Unless you did not forget what happened last session.
Yeah, wine.
Oh yes, the wine.
Yeah, there's the wine as well, true.
This is the only kind of a wine, not exactly wine. It's a very strong brandy, more like a spirit than a brandy actually, but it's unique. Probably nobody else will have something like this.
Yeah, well, for that, since it's probably something that will be very much sought after, I think that the best thing would be for me to go visit some other nobles and ask them if they may be interested in buying some bottles of that.
Is there any place that does auctions?
Yes.
I put
that's an option as well, indeed.
Yes, there is, of course, there is. And nobles, they very often meet in the auction houses to, just to spend the money, because usually they don't have them. They have them so many that they don't have anything to spend on. So they have these auctions when they, fight for the objects. Most of the time, they are completely useless objects like trinkets, they dug out from underground in old ruins. But sometimes, the auctions will be offering magic items that Templars allowed to be sold by on a set auctions, and then the nobles obviously will be fighting hard. And said objects can get absolutely ridiculous price in a high end. So you can, if you will be lucky enough to get approval from the Templars. Usually it means that you give them percentage of the value of the trade that you acquire from the items that you will be selling on said auction. You will be getting insanely rich, like beyond any comprehension. Like the amount of the money that you get from magic items in Dark Sun is just plain stupid. So the price of one object, one single, even the smallest quality item can go into something as ridiculous as 100,000 or more ceramic pieces. The sword plus one will cost about 150,000 ceramic pieces, if not more. Items with the unique qualities and abilities that they possess can go even higher. So you can earn millions. Basically, if you have a few magic items, you can earn millions out of one auction.
Well, the Siltor brandy, we had a very large barrel of that, and that's not magical, so it would be safer to sell. It's a luxury item, good for
I
auction.
agree. Perfectly agree with you.
You can transfer it to the bottles. There are glass blowers in Balic, so you can acquire some bottles, or you can acquire ceramic jars or ceramic bottles, not necessarily glass ones. Glass will be more expensive, and you can sell them like that, or you can just keep them in the basement of your house, which I forgot to mention that you have a basement. You do have.
If we wished, could we simply try and auction the entire cask of brandy?
We could, but I think we will learn less. I think it's more convenient to us to sell the bottles separately at separate auctions.
True, and maybe sometimes we could use them as gifts or bribes or something.
Correct.
Good idea. You could brand it. You don't have to get rid of them immediately. You can brand them, introduce them in some sort of a bigger event or a party, so that people get a taste of it, and then obviously the value of it go. If it will be appreciated, then the value of it will go higher. So then gifting someone with a bottle of such alcohol may get you much more than selling the entire casket straight away when the people doesn't know it yet.
2 sips and they're all unconscious. It should be popular.
Yeah.
Most
Yeah,
likely.
you can um, uh, dissolve the spirit by mixing it with water or with some other components to make it uh, less kicking but still strong, and you can use it this way, or you can just sell it as a spirit. It will be used by many people to many different um,
I,
tasks. So
I,
even some of the handcrafters can be looking after strong alcohol.
I would probably, just my opinion, leave it as it is because it is not unknown and it is known to be very rare. So,
Yeah, I agree. For now, I would still go to the auction house, but I would try to sell some of a few of the other items that we have. For example, I think that the free green silk robes that I'm not using could be a good starting point. I think though I expect those to attract to get very popular. And
Oh, these are good items. You kept one, as I remember, but yeah,
yeah,
it's not
he
a bad
did.
idea to.
correct. I would keep one for myself and go. And if you all agree, I would go to the auction house to sell the other three. To put them at an auction.
Only, only other thing to do with them is you could put one on Entrock to make him look better as your servant.
I don't think they're your size, unfortunately.
Sadly, few things are. But yes, I agree with that.
So you go to the auction house.
Yes.
Okay, guys, let's make a 10 minutes break for refreshments and stuff, and after 10 minutes we'll continue. It's actually
Okay.
not exactly 2 hours, but we are past usual marker of the break, and I wanna just grab a snack.
No problem. See you
Okay.
soon.
Okay, catch you in 10 minutes.
And Entrock is wondering, with my cut of the money, could I buy higher status here? How do these people work?
Sorry, what did you say?
I was saying Entrock would wonder, well, with his cut of the money, could he buy higher status for himself? How do these people work?
Well, you, we basically are all filthy rich right now.
Very much so, yes.
Yeah, we are filthy rich, and you are recognized as members of a noble household. So I think that should be more than enough status for all practical purposes.
Entrock doesn't like it so much because it's a little close to slavery for his taste, but he'll take it.
With time, you may possibly become established as a merchant, for example, if that's what you're interested in doing.
He's just thinking about the city, well, if we're going to stay around Balic, maybe I would want to get a better quality of life for myself, be a little less harassed. But he'll probably just blow all of his money in the market in one day, so.
There is this risk. Okay, I'm grabbing some water. I'm gonna be back in 10 minutes.
Okay. And we are on the usual 10-minute break for GM Paulson's games. For those of you who don't know, he has a 10-minute break, 2 hours in, and then we resume for another 2 hours. And while we're in this break, I just would like to say that coming up on December 31st at 9 p.m. Eastern, Legacy Art Games, that would be me. We're going to be part of a large community effort with the virtual tabletop community to raise charitable funds for children's hospitals. So please look into that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry for a little bit of a delay. Alrighty. Are you guys back as well?
Yeah.
I'm back.
Okay.
I'm here.
Starting to get thirsty. I might walk away for a second though, but I'm back.
Perfect. Okay, so where now? And what now? You wanna go to
Well, I I would like to go visit my teacher now.
Hmm.
The others can come with me or do whatever they want.
Okay, so you wanna visit your teacher. What about the others, guys?
Rizzo, you go first.
I was thinking probably me and Arrow should get the best equipment that we can buy right now.
Okay. So you will go for a shopping. And Rock?
He'll go shopping as well. He's interested in any weapons or armor that he might spot, but he's really looking for credible looking psionicists who might be selling goods to other psionicists. He'll spend more time to look for someone who doesn't seem like, he's selling snake oil.
There is a very famous psionic school in Balic. Its name is the Mind Over the Way, and basically it's one of the first schools at all, psionic schools at all. It has the longest tradition in entire tablelands of the science. So it's a very good establishment. You have heard a little bit about it because how famous it is. So it's one thing that you could consider visiting if you are looking for a Zionist. Just it's a mystery how they will approach um, to a halfling. You don't know that, but definitely a place of interest.
Absolutely. In the market, he's just curious. Well, are they selling any trinkets which might help a scion? But Rezo and Arrow would be easier to solve first.
Yeah, so let's start with the shopping. Um, Rezo and Arrow. Okay, it's one of the 7 cities. So basically, all the possible objects that you might want to acquire, obviously, those available in the Dark Sun manual, you can get. So whatever the world has to offer, you can get. Even maybe not particularly you, but you can acquire magic items sometimes as well if you know where to go and if you have enough money. But right now you can purchase the armor that you mentioned. It can have a master crafted quality. So these additional features that you can add, as mentioned in the manual, and same with the weapons.
Is there any way to get like legitimate magic items that won't, I don't know how to phrase this, to where the Templars won't look at us suspiciously and try to take them?
I don't think we have enough money yet for that.
I was about to
Well, what I'm
say
saying, if we can just get us a reputation, then they won't question if we accidentally show the magic items that we have right now.
sanctioned purchase that is, as I was explaining before, that is allowed by the Templars, right? So you report to the Templars that you will be selling magic items. Obviously, they will try to extort you, so you have to agree for a percentage of the trade, like in an auction. If you are
Well,
selling,
I'm talking
or
about
you
the other
pay them,
way.
yes, or you pay them the tax, and then you acquire the magic item, and they will issue a warrant of allowance, and you will have it. You will be recognized as a legal owner of the unusual magical item. Uh, and you basically, if you have enough money, then you can pay the tax multiple times. You can pay for the magic item multiple times and get as many as you want, as long as you can afford. Just remember that one magic item will cost 100,000 up. So you need to gather resources to be able to purchase.
I do want to contribute. We might want to save enough money before we go and spend all our money. We might want to set enough aside to replace the remaining Erdlus with better mounts, kanks or better.
Well, what I was going for is if we can get a warrant for the bag of holding. That way we don't have to bribe people every time we go to a new city because we have a bag of holding that we can't hide.
Well, it would only be valid in Balic.
True, but Templars will not question you about the bug, that why it's magical, because you have it sanctioned. But usually they charge a tax. You don't know that. You won't know that. You're not a city.
Plus, there's the problem that even if they have nothing against if they know we have a bag of holding, they will want to check the content every time.
Correct.
Knowing that we can hide all sort of stuff inside there.
All right, because the whole thing I was looking for is not so much to buy a new magic item, but to just get the pressure off of us for having the magic items we do have.
Yeah, you would have to issue. I'm sorry, you would have to pay the tax. Usually, as I said, it's a percentage of the value of the item, but you don't know how much exactly because aside of Kalimakos, now none of you is a city dweller, and Kalimakos never actually took part in that kind of a transaction, so he also doesn't know how much it can cost. But you can expect, dozens of thousands. Depends of the value of the item, of course.
Okay, I was just checking to see if it was possible.
It is, yes. Mainly because you have a noble and you are recognized as a household of a noble. This is like one of the most important features in entire campaign setting. There are millions of the common folks who live a miserable life, and there are nobles and templars who basically live the life that they are bored, they have too much resources, they don't even have anything to spend on, so they spend on some crazy ridiculous useless trinkets or magic items sometimes discovered in old ruins also. So one of the two classes that have access to magic items and metal items are nobles. The other one are templars, and that's it. Well, there are also merchants, but typically those rich merchants that are like a top of the merchant society, they usually get a noble title just to gain some sort of control over them. That's usually what the sorcerer kings does. So as a token of appreciation, they raise the social status of a said merchant to the noble class, but then obviously they have obligations because they have land, so they pay taxes and blah blah blah. So they start spending more on a sorcerer king that they were spending when they were just a common merchant. But at the same time, the privileges of the nobility comes, so magic items, contacts within the Templar organization, and so on. So this is how it looks like. It's not fair, but well, life in a place like Alphas is never fair, almost never.
Does that mean a noble can wear a magic item without a warrant?
Well, possibly yes. If inquired, he would have to explain, and probably then he would be asked by the Templars to pay the tax because he didn't. And if he pays, no problem. If he would resist, that might cause some troubles. And now depends of the status of the family of said noble. It could be just settled outside between the head of the noble family and the Templars. Again, the tax would be paid and no issue. But if the family would have a lower status or some sort of problems already recorded with the Templars, that could pose a threat to even to be punished with the exile from the city state. And so it's always, nobles can do a lot, but there are Templars who can just bully them as well as they bully others. Not as commonly, because some nobles they really live close, especially in Balic. Some of the noble houses are very close to Andropinis, and they most of the Templars are basically in a fear of them because of the influence that they have and the power that they accumulated along the generations of working closely with the tyrant of Balik. So Balik is kind of on this behalf. Balik is different than any other city. It's a place where nobles have the higher authority, often above the Templars in the hierarchy of the power. Usually, in every other city, you will see Templars above anyone else, and then nobles, the merchants, and then the free folk and slaves. In Balik, this balance is kind of shifted. Of course, the High Templar will be first after Sorcerer King, but then you immediately have the Council of the Nobles, so the and High Council of the Senate, sometimes called ministers as well, and they respond only to Sorcerer King. They don't respond. They are not required to respond to the Templars, and very frequently they can even issue orders to the Templars starting from the middle level of the hierarchy and below.
All right, let's go shopping then.
Yeah, so you have enough money, as I checked. You can purchase anything that you want. So just tell me the items, and we will check your bargain, and I will tell you the price. There is a big market in Balik. It's on the edge of the port district and the merchants district. So a lot of goods, so seafoods. They catch a lot of those squids living in a sea of seals that are called horrors. One of the main sources of food in Balik actually are the catches in the Sea of Silt, as well as many other goods that you can acquire here. So the handcraft, weapons and armor, slaves, exotic animals, and imported goods from other cities.
So I'd get the 3,000 breastplate armor.
Brexit, okay. Mastercrafted or just the regular?
Mastercrafted, but I'm not sure which one would be best for me.
Okay, so for now you can pay for Mastercrafted and think it through. So between the sessions you can sit, think I want this or I want this, and before the next session you will just write down which option you wanna use as your Mastercrafted add-on to your armor. And Rock?
Entrock is looking, and I apologize, I don't have the Dark Sun handout in front of me, but
Don't worry.
he's looking for any, like I said, a reputable seeming psionicist who might have any psionic trinkets for sale.
Science, they usually don't use those kind of items. There are not there aren't any known craft that influence your psionic ability. Science, they depend on the potency of the mind, not the crafted objects or other material components. They don't need that. The mind is everything that they use, and this energy, this mental energy that they train to boost inside of the bodies and produce more and more of it to be able to summon more and more incredible and powerful disciplines and influence the world around them.
Yes,
They
I,
don't use the specific items.
yes, I apologize. I thought they did use some items that were based in the way.
Depends of yeah, I mean it depends of the setting, but I decided that basically in my version there will be no psionic items. It's just psionic on its own is very powerful discipline, and mid game mystic is uh, is already a very powerful being, probably the best mid game class in entire game. I haven't seen any class that can match a mystic in the mid game. What he gets, late game classes start to catch up, like wizards, late game cleric. They can kind of catch up with quality of the spells and quality. I'm sorry of outcome that they can provide. So you don't really need
Okay.
the psionic items.
Um, well, crossing that off, he already has mastercrafted armor. He has a weapon he's satisfied with if his knives don't work. So he
But you
can.
can acquire Braxat. You can acquire Braxat plate. You
I
are
have it.
after all.
He has it already.
No, we bought it at the Oasis. Reinforced.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, I forgot.
yeah, and of course I can't buy magic items, at least not legally. So,
You have, but you have you have vicious spear. Okay.
mhm. So
One thing that I wanted you to change is change the plus 2d6 not on natural 20 but on critical hit.
okay,
I mean, it will not. No, okay, you are battle master, so it will not matter to you that much, but it may matter to someone who has a higher crit chance, or you may acquire something that gives a higher crit chance. Although I am not aware of uh, the quality fit, maybe
all right, I
maybe
updated
fit.
that. Only other thing I can think of, since like I said, I can't legally buy magic items. I would maybe, uh, I suppose, buy a mount of better quality.
Mhm.
And that's all I can think of for Entrock. He's
Yeah.
not he,
So
outside of magic items. He's really not in need of very much.
okay. What? You also have a pretty good magic items to start with.
Hmm.
Okay, what kind of mount you would like to purchase?
He would at least like to upgrade to a kank. If they have
Okay,
something that looks better, well,
warlike. Yeah, you can buy warlike war mounts. I'm sorry, war version. So trained to battle. Uh, Absolutely, you can get those.
kanks feed themselves, and he's always
Yeah,
thinking of self-sufficiency, so a
yeah.
war-trained kank might be a good buy.
250.
Sold.
250. It's a standard.
And honestly, unless you have suggestions, that's all I can think of to buy for him until we find someone who sells magic items.
auction, or you play in the dark sun for a while. You know that basically the one way to acquire is to dig them out from the old forgotten ruins or hidden stashes. The
Yeah.
other way are auctions. So
Yep.
one way or another.
He could go to the auction house, I suppose. He'd look a little out of place.
Not so much, since you are already a representative of a noble. You can bargain on. Yeah, but halfling definitely will catch attention in Balic. Balic doesn't have many of those. It's too far from the forest reach. There are other cities that have sometimes communities of halflings, but so far from the forest reach to the east, and so close to the Sea of Silt, they are almost non-existent. Very rare.
Although Entrock might go anyway because he's thinking, well, maybe it won't be a negative. Maybe they'll see me as a novelty and I'll be interesting to them, you know?
Correct. Correct.
So,
You were definitely caught some attention. You spotted that people in the market, they were often staring, mm, recognizing you. Sometimes you were smirking under your nose because you were recognizing those disturbed gazes of the people who realize that you are the member of the race that is known for eating others, especially human, for whatever the reason. Whenever you are in a place that there is a majority of one race, they all believe that they are of the race that is the highest delicacy for the halflings. So right now you are in a city where the majority are human, so they you recognize this kind of approach that they feel themselves to be the most threatened and the highest appetizer on your plate, even though personally you prefer the elven meat above any other.
and yet, interestingly for them, well, he won't have said it, but he was previously a slave, so he knows how to conduct himself in society somewhat.
Yes,
So
yes,
he's not acting like a savage. Like I said, he
correct.
might be interesting. So maybe he could show up at the auction house.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Normally they wouldn't allow you, but since you are recognized officially now as a member of the household of the noble, you can enter. Because maybe your master sent you to bargain on his behalf on a specific item, and if the item will be on an auction, you can bargain on his behalf. If you win the bidding, the item will be then acquired by your master. So it's a common practice. Not every time the noble will show up. Usually they do because they are bored and they want some sort of entertainment. There is always some kind of after party once the auction is done, so that there is like a bit of socializing, eating, drinking, chatting, and stuff. So they often appear not just to buy something, but also to exchange pleasantries and have a little bit of entertainment.
But
But yeah, sorry.
no worries. Entrock finds the idea of going amusing, if nothing else, and at best he might find something and maybe make a contact or two. So sure, he could peek in at the auction house. Maybe while I'm doing that, you can cover what the others are doing.
Correct. So now with Arrow, I will just message him after the session so that he can acquire some items also for on his own that he will be interested to get.
Probably some
And
poison could be interesting from him
yeah,
for
yeah, I was
him.
thinking about it, that he having the quiver, getting poisons is the way to go. Another thing, also he can improve his armor, maybe buy a pet after all he's a beastmaster. So he could acquire maybe saber tooth, maybe kire, maybe other pet. um,
Ah, did you
he
go
can handle it.
Beastmaster? That's a good buy, yes.
So he can mounts. Probably all of you will need, except Rezo, who doesn't like to ride. Actually, also, although Rezo could purchase Mekilot, it will kind of be hard to keep around Kanks though, because he's large and he might have an appetite on those, and he definitely will require food. So it will be additional problem.
I did kind of wonder with our budget, could we afford maybe at this point a small wagon?
Wagon is cheap. Yeah, sure you can. You can basically with your budget in coins, you can acquire small caravan because look the kank costs only 250. So how many kanks you can
Yeah,
purchase?
but I would do that before leaving the city when we have decided where we are going to go.
Sure,
Because
I was just
that
thinking having a covered shelter we can travel with, very handy.
Hmm?
Tents too.
About the caravan, that's not exactly what I meant. I'm trying to, sorry that I am talking so much, but I'm trying to give you guys a feeling about how the economy works in places like that for the people who have money. You can establish your own caravan and start shipping goods between the cities, right? Or you can,
Yeah,
if you have
easily.
enough resources, right, you can set up few caravans and ship between Balic and a few other cities and earn money this way passively when you are outside and come back and realize that the profit was this and you manage this and you acquired some contacts and so on to grow money passively.
Excellent idea, yes. Like I said, I was just thinking when we're off on our adventures in the desert, rather than camping in the open, it might be nice to have a
well,
covered wagon.
I, actually, as soon as I am fifth level, I will have access to a spell that actually creates a small house, so I can cover for that if needed. And it's a ritual, so I don't even need to prepare it.
Yeah.
What's the name of the spell?
Leomun's tiny hut.
Yeah.
I believe that specifically says it will disappear if I'm inside of it.
Sorry, what did you say?
Read what it says about if a large creature's in it.
Let me check.
Because I think I looked at that earlier and it said it would disappear if a large creature's in it.
It still wouldn't hurt to get a wagon because
Man,
it can carry things as well.
Yeah,
You
we
can
can
have
put a
a tent.
yeah, yeah, and for the spell phase, if its area includes a larger creature or more than 9, you are correct, unfortunately.
So y'all could be in there and I'd be like the outside hermit.
Depending on how much it costs, I'd use my cut to get us a wagon. I really don't have
But
a lot of
anyway, that's something we don't need to buy right now. I think we should think about it when we will leave the city again.
Sure, and plus I might find something at the auction house, but it's not my turn. It's whoever Paul wants to go now. Sorry
Well, I
for
think that's it.
interrupting.
Arrow's going to get whatever he gets.
Yes.
Did we lose Paul?
I'm not sure. He was talking about him getting a beast, which is a good idea.
I think we lost Paul again.
Might have.
Huh, it's the internet cafe.
He might have power at home by now.
So, do we want to put anything up for the auction?
For the
Well,
moment,
we
I
were
think
talking about the 3 silk robes, right?
yeah.
Well, I mean, we have silk robes and we have some actual metal coins we could put up for auction.
Yeah, I I wouldn't put everything in one go, but a bit of stuff we could. Let me see the list.
I'd probably start small with the robes, work our way up. But Entrock is just going to see what they're selling, and maybe he'll catch the attention of a noble, contact, something like that.
You can probably figure out what the prices are for things.
Yep.
Pretty high, probably.
Yeah, probably pretty high.
Especially for the stuff that may actually be useful.
But it's something for him to do because he really doesn't have much to buy.
You know what you should do? You should take that adamantite armor to the smiths and get Kalimiko's family's crest on it.
Hey,
Okay, I'm back. I just sent you the message, and now I'm back. Yeah, so it says it was saying no route, try establishing connection, no route, no route. Okay, I'm back.
No worries.
Sorry for that.
Just
Yeah. Okay, now I don't have access to Roll20. Oh no.
Well, I was just saying, while Entrock goes to the auction house to see what they're selling and maybe meet some nobles, get some contacts if they're interested in him. You can
Yeah.
move on to the
I
next
remember.
auction.
And I was trying to explain that auctions, they don't happen on a daily basis. They are events at best that are happen once a week, but usually there is not enough objects to be sold every week. So it can happen every 2 weeks or once a month, depends of what will be sold. For instance, auction can be organized to sell very high quality slaves, literate, musicians, dancers, performers, basically people like that, who can then tutor children of the nobles with these unique skill sets. Those kind of slaves, they will have a very high value, and they will be very looked after by every noble house to be able to have an artists within the houses that can then teach their children and other members of the household, especially other slaves, to then increase the value of the slaves that they possess. That's one. The other thing will be magic items, which auctions like that are extremely.
down again.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah, now we
Can hear you
can.
now.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, guys. It seems that it might be a problem right now.
No worries. I'll just say that for lack of else to do, Entrock will go back to Kalimikos' house for now and just rest. If people are interested in him on the way, maybe he'll stop and talk.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hear you?
Okay. I lost you two for some moments.
Oh, I was just saying, for lack of anything else to do, Entrock will just go back to your house, and if anyone important seems interested in him on the way, well, he'll stop and talk to them.
Mhm. Sounds good.
If there's no auction, there's no auction.
So auctions usually along the weekend, which is not yet. You have like 3 days to the end of the week. You could inquire about possible auctions that will be happening soon, or you can just go back home. Nobody actually approached you directly to talk and ask questions, but you've spotted, as I've said, a lot of curious gazes given by the um, citizens of Balic. You might be one of the very few halflings who ever traveled to this city, so you are kind of you know, a new thing. There will be the people will be talk about as member of the cannibal tribes in within the Balic for some time. Um,
Considering he's wearing the mark of Kalimakos' house, he'll conduct himself very well, just friendly smiles and all that on his way home.
Gotcha. So now Kalimakos, because you were going to your master establishment. Um, let's roll it if he is in Balik right now. He's not in Balik, but he left you a letter specifically addressed to you. He said that things have changed recently and there are problems, including this city of Balik, especially on behalf of the Templars. He cannot explain to you much in a letter. He will try to establish a contact with you once his current mission will be over, to explain more about basically the ranks of Veiled members of Veiled Alliance should tighten because there were reports about the infiltrators. Few were caught in Yurik and Nibenai, but there is still high chance that there are spies within. So for now, the usual communication will be suspended until the ranks will be reassured, and basically all the weeds will be wiped out from the ranks, so that the connections and possible meetings will be safe again. He is asking you to look after his secretly look after his small establishment. He has like a house. He said if you will spot or you will be notified about any strange people appearing around his house, or some people who are continuously going back around and like trying to spy, asking, or basically being around, it will be a sign that his identity was burned and he will have to leave the Balik. So then he asked you to leave the letter addressed to him. No, not a letter. To leave the package addressed to him. Put the black and yellow stone in the leather pouch and leave it for him in the White Horror in South Ladopolus. He will be taking a rest there before moving to Balik. So if his house is basically burned, he will not come back. He will be safe and not cold.
Okay.
He also left.
Does he?
He also left you 3 scrolls. He left you 3 scrolls. 1 level 1 and 2 level 2. Level 1, it's a web.
Web.
Yes.
Web is level 2, actually.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you are. Sorry. Yeah. Level 1 is shield. Level 2 is web, and I will tell you the other one in a second.
Okay.
I put that bit about your master and the inn in the party notes for you.
Mirror image.
Okay, then The mirror image one I will copy to my spell book. The other two I already know.
But you can, you know how to use scrolls, so it's a potent gift. The value of the scrolls is very high in the black market.
Yeah. But still, the spell I don't know. No, I definitely want to turn a script because it's one I wanted to acquire anyway.
Rezo, as you were going back from the market, you've spotted in the city well where the water was sold to the citizens. And as you were passing by, you heard like a call. The spirits of the spirits of water, spirits to whom you serve, they called upon you, and basically you more like felt than see, but you had this strange feeling that there is a presence, almost material presence of those spirits right in front of you, somewhere within the vicinity of the well. And the spirits told you that you might have been contacted by the beings, the members of the old ones recently, and that you have to be very careful when dealing with them. The best would be never to meet them. If you can avoid the contacts with them, you should. And then the vision, the vision kind of dissolves, and your mind's. Hello. Did I lose the
Hear you.
contact connection again?
No, I can hear you.
So, Reza, did you hear what I was talking about the well and the spirits?
Not too well. It was kind of broken up on my end.
That's what I was afraid may happen in internet cafe. Wasn't sure. I wasn't sure about the connection. It's a very fast internet here, but there is a few computers and other users right now.
You're sounding.
Breaking up.
Yeah. I think it's a problem on Rezo's side because I can hear you perfectly now.
Okay.
Yeah, you broke up for a few seconds, but I hear you clear now.
So, what I was trying to say about the vision? When you were passing by the city well, you felt the presence of the water spirits, and they told you that recently you might have come in a contact with members of the old ones, and you should be very careful about them. The best, the best is if you will avoid any further contact with those beings, and not definitely not responding to any request that they might have, because it will be very dangerous to you. And then the presence disappeared, and you don't feel your vision, clarifies, and you are back in around the city market next to the city well, and you don't sense the water spirits anymore.
Do I know what old ones are?
No, not exactly. You don't know to what they refer, although you might have a kind of a glimpse.
Could make an educated guess. It's whatever asked for, whatever contacted us and said we had something that belonged to it. Maybe.
It could be that, or it could be the thing that we released, or it could be the giant.
Could be.
Intelligence is 9. So how do I interpret that as a character?
Yeah, you can make an investigation. You have a right to do that. Okay, so out of the three, giant is not the one. Giants were the term, the old ones never refers to giants in any culture. No one calls them this way. And the giants are not, like original race. If any race of the humanoids would be called the Old Ones, those would be halflings because they are original race. They were the first on Athas, and they before halflings there were no sapient race living on the surface of this world. So no, the giant is not. But which other did they the spirits means the one that you released from the statue, or those beings that contacted you in a dream.
Or my new party member who's a halfling.
Yes, but again, it's probably not about the sapient races. Halflings are also not addressed as the old ones. You traveled a lot, and neither culture, and none of the primitives, none of the advanced ones, and ever addresses halflings as the old ones. And you are not the only cleric there, so you have never heard any other cleric to speak about the members of any sapient race as the old ones. You actually uh, are not familiar with I mean, obviously the words are familiar, but the term as the old ones was never used to address any creatures that or any beings that you are aware of. It's kind of odd, but yeah, non beings in a history of Atas that you were taught were called this way, the old ones. So you don't know exactly what it addresses, whom it addresses.
Then I guess before everyone goes to sleep tonight, I'll ask him, have they ever heard of things called the Old Ones?
Mm, hmm. Yeah.
It'd be
So
like a party
Entrok,
question.
I got it. So you are back in a mansion, I assume, after your splendid visits in. You can go to terrace. Actually, why not? You have it. After all, you own it.
Or break this chair I'm sitting on.
Okay. So, Entrok, you can make, and Kalimakos, you guys can make investigation check to see if your
Not
memory,
he, not history.
to see if your memory does not history. Hold on. Uh, yeah, they are actually both. Yeah, you can use history. And Entrog, you can use investigation.
God damn it.
No, you haven't. I mean, no. So it's hard to say to what this term might refer. In your memory, and it's strange because this term doesn't seem that odd, but you don't recall anyone in the history of others, as far as your knowledge reaches, to be called the old ones.
Introk does say, I bet it's the ones that contacted us when we were at the oasis. Nobody else has been very threatening toward us.
Am I there as well? Question.
But the one that contacted us at the Oasis was the spirit of water. It looked like a water elemental to me, and I'm a water cleric. Why would a well of a water source tell me that?
Well,
Maybe,
maybe
maybe there are maybe there are some different kinds of water spirits, some of which you never had contact with so far.
true. Maybe it's like people, you know. You've got young ones and old ones, and they're all different. Maybe the old ones are not so friendly.
That spirit did seem friendly enough in the dream, but that doesn't mean that his intentions truly were.
Well, I share that the well, that the one that contacted me in the well today says to be wary of them and potentially avoid them if possible.
Wonder why they would tell you that.
Yeah,
That'd be a reason.
I don't know, but I mean, I trust it as much as the first one that contacted us equally because I don't know either source. They're both
well,
water sources to me.
I think that it may be wise before going to trying to travel to the place that the spirit pointed to us to try to investigate a bit and see if we can find some potential information about them. After this warning may be unfounded, but I would prefer to go prepared if we want to go at all.
Agreed. And in a city like this, there should be plenty of places to learn things, I would think.
Unfortunately, the kind of information we need may not be publicly available. I don't. This kind of knowledge is usually kept by the Templars, and they don't share it.
Well, they might share it for money, and we suddenly have a
No.
lot of that.
Okay, yeah. So this is one of the things that will never happen, and Kalimakos is 100% right. Templars will not give you access to any of the libraries and to any of the historical knowledge that they have, because it is strictly forbidden by every sorcerer king and queen alike. Knowledge, written knowledge, is forbidden for everyone outside of the Templar class and the sorcerer kings and queens themselves. So even for the noble, no chance. Doesn't matter how high in the hierarchy of the nobles the specific individual is, he will not be given an access to the knowledge of the Templars libraries and the sorcerer kings libraries.
No,
So this not happening.
Entrunk wasn't meaning by access to the library. He's like, bribe one to just give him an idea of what the term old ones means.
I know the penalty is death, regardless if he is a member of the Templar or a noble or whatever. Whoever will break this law, punishment is death. So no one will dare, even for a Templar.
Another option is Rezo. Do you know any other water cleric possibly with a wider knowledge than yourself and more experience in dealing with these spirits?
I'm not even sure what the word cleric means.
Another one that contacts spirits like you do.
You mean the elementals?
Yes.
No, I was a hermit. I was alone.
No. To become a cleric, you need a teacher. You have a teacher. You have a master
We parted ways.
Yes, you did, but nevertheless, you know that you needed to be prepared, and the trial was very, very difficult to accomplish because you have spent the entire night at the bottom of the water pool, so no one would survive normally, but you did because you were accepted by the water elementals because of the unique qualities of yourself. Nevertheless, you need a teacher always. So you had a mentor who guided you through the rank of apprentice, then acolyte, and then early clerichood to the trial. And once you have passed the trial, you received the blessing of the cleric officially from your master, and you were free to go and proceed with the service to the spirits of the water. So you know someone.
All right, we can try to find him.
Actually, I will also need to do me a favor. My teacher left me a letter writing that he's afraid that his house might be under surveillance. So I would like to ask the three of you to take turns sometimes to go there and check if someone is looking strangely at the place or not. Uh, uh, Possibly doing this as discreetly as you possibly can. If I go there personally too often, I will draw too much attention, but for you it should be less of a problem.
It should be pretty easy for me. I don't mind.
I think I would stick out.
I mean, I'm standing out too, but if I don't want to, well, there's plenty of places
I
to
mean, like
hide.
you're smaller and
Yeah,
shorter than everyone else. I am double the size of anyone in the
I
city.
think I agree. I think that Entroc and Darrow are the best candidates for this job. You can alternate between the two of you.
Yeah, a ranger and a halfling sound better for that.
You should get one
And
of those.
also,
You should get one of those robes resized for me. That way, I'm a very respectable looking servant. No one will question me being there. And he just kind of amused.
just to know what time of the day is it now, more or less.
Yeah, it's around evening, and as you spend time figuring out what could be done or not, on the balcony next to you appears a large creature being. It's first you thought that it's a gust of wind and dust that is being carried, but it materialized in some sort of a resemblance of the humanoidal shape. He's just levitating. His feet does not touch the stone of the balcony, so he's levitating few inches above, and he's surrounded also by this gust of the wind that slightly moves your hair and your clothes from the even from this distance that he's currently um, occupying. So he turned his head towards you and focus his gaze on each of you, like trying to re- remember you, figure out that you are the one that he is looking for. And after a short while of silence, when neither you or the creature seems to have any idea what to say, he first starts to speak and says, "Children, you possess something that does not belong to you. You should return it as the longer it is in the world of mortals, the greater the threat is of unwanted consequences that can change the course of the history in a way that will lead to the destruction, not just you, but almost everything."
Introke about falls out of his chair in surprise, and after he manifests his soul blades, he sort of asks, "Would you be one of the old ones by any chance?"
I don't know what you mean using this title, so I don't know how to answer the question. What do you mean by the old ones?
Well,
Well, never. Then, could you please tell us who you are? I don't think I ever had the pleasure of meeting someone like you so far.
True, you haven't have a pleasure to meet any of my kind because there are no others like me. To explain you what exactly I am, I will take time and I have none. I am using a lot of the resources, the energy that I need to sustain myself, and because of that, I cannot keep the contact like this for a long time. You have to trust me. You need to deliver whatever you recovered from that hidden place that you visited especially the key, back to us. We are waiting for you. Don't waste the time because the fate of many depends of what happens next. Uh, let's say that you hold the key to the fate. I don't want to say the world because it's always a big statement, but to the fate of the world, definitely.
But are, 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 are you do you know the entity who already contacted us in a dream? Was she with you?
She is the other part of me, and I am the other part of her. It's enough for you to know that much. More will be explained once you will reach our temple. I have to leave for now. Please hurry. And he disappears.
Just like that,
After after he disappears, Callimachus sighs and he says to Rezo, I think it's very important that you get in touch with your teacher. We need answers and we need them fast.
Entrock dissolves the soul lives, and he says, well, whatever they are, apparently they can track us. So, they might send someone after what they want if we don't go.
True, but
Are they tracking us or are they tracking the key?
Well, since I am not willing to leave the key anywhere where we are not checking on it, it makes no difference.
Well, if we can find another cleric, it would be good to learn more, but maybe we shouldn't risk it. Maybe we should, well, take the chance and go.
Well, that is a pretty big risk in and on itself.
So, Paul, would I even know how to find my mentor?
Hmm, I'm checking on your. I'm
Because
sorry.
we were like wandering hermits, and then
Yeah,
we split up once I became like a full-fledged
yeah.
cleric. So if he's still wandering, I don't know if I have a way to find him.
There are rituals that allows you to contact the spirits and ask them questions, and to their servants they are usually willing to answer, even though the answers might be vague and not precise. The art of contacting those supernatural beings is difficult. I'm talking about the divination spells. You still have a way to speak to spirits of the water and maybe find your mentor using those kind of spells. Yeah, like augury or commune. Yeah, those kind of. Although you don't have access to commune yet, but you get my point. Augury you have right now, and there was another one. I am for. What was the other one?
Locate object?
No.
If I know something that my master's holding?
It's probably you don't know much about that. Augury will be clairvoyance.
I think is level 3,
No,
so
no,
we are
no.
not
It's
there yet.
clairvoyance.
Yeah, I'm not
But
high enough to use that.
there was a specific place that you were frequently visiting with him, and that was one of the wild oases hidden in a desert, in a sea of dunes, with the pool of water. He knew about that place because the spirits guided him to it. And so when you were traveling in a northern part of the tablelands, you were frequently stopping there because it was peaceful. Like you knew that you would be safe there. It's kind of like an um, uh, enclave of the water elementals, where the contact with them was especially strong. It was easy to actually speak to them, communicate with them, or basically like being influenced by the mystical energies that they possess. So using clairvoyance, you may actually but it's up to 10 minutes. Yeah, okay. But you might check every once in a while if he is there, and then maybe try to somehow let him know that you are looking for him.
I can't use clairvoyance yet, and the range is only a mile.
Ox. Ah, sorry. Yeah, true. I forgot. Yeah, so for now, probably Ogre. You will need help of the higher level cleric to use commune.
If it's a remote place, you could always leave a message of some kind. Maybe he has the means to find you.
Another possibility, but that would require to travel from the cities that you or the places that you were visiting frequently. Um, he was often around Shazlim because it's close to the lake pit. Shazlim is like a town to the north around Yurik, between Yurik and Ram. I will show you. Hold on. I am talking and I am not showing you the map. Good. Yeah, DM. There it is. Can you see it? Or am I trolling you?
No, I can see it.
Yeah.
Quite
Well,
ways
that's
to
a
the
long
north.
trip.
Yeah, it's quite a long trip.
Would that put us near the bowing man
Actually,
path or whatever?
And
it would. Actually, I think.
Halfway to
well,
some
actually, for if we really want to go meet the spirits, I was thinking of another option. Since the since the place is relatively is close to the sea of to the northern shore of the Sea of Silt, would it be possible to borrow a ride on a ship headed that direction?
That's a thought.
yes, you could hire if you have enough money. You can hire a ship with a crew, and they will deliver you to the place along the shore where you would like to go.
Well, if there's ever a
But
time, it's now.
yeah, the problem is that I'm basically blocked in town at the moment because my master may be in danger, and so I need to check at least that everything is okay with him, and if it's not, take the appropriate measures.
Sure.
And that will probably require me to stay in the city at least for a few days.
Introp just waves his hand and he says, I'm just not used to standing in one place. Whatever you need to do.
So tell me how many days you spent investigating the vicinity of the house of your teacher.
Well,
How many days do you
well,
spend to study
I
what's
got
going on?
well. I think that if they are checking on him regularly, something like 3-4 days should be enough to spot something. They will go check at least once per week.
3-4 days. So tell me, who is with you? Are you going alone while others do other things, or you kind of go as a group?
Well, I say that myself, Ero, and Entrock, if he wants to help, may take turn to go there at various times of the day and see if we spot anything unusual.
So one of you will roll make an investigation check. Entrock, are you proficient with investigation?
No.
No. Hold on, I have to check Ero.
I do have some of the skill, but not proficient.
Also not. So you have to make an investigation check, Entrock. If it will be high enough, then you will provide advantage to. Okay, yeah. So your Kalima, because you are the only one proficient with investigation, I assume.
No, I am not proficient. I'm just the one with the highest intelligence, I think.
Oh, okay. Sorry. For some reason I thought that you are. How come? Yeah, you are not. You are not. You have +4 to check. Alrighty. So now you have advantage on your check, and you used 4 days. So you have +4 to the roll.
Okay. 24.
Nice. Yes. So at first it was not obvious, but because you were coming back every day for 4 days, and kinda, his establishment is nearby some trader establishment. So you are pretending to purchase seafoods there, and you've realized that every day that you come there, there is three men and a woman. No, 24. Because he has +4 to +4 for intelligence and +4 for 4 days spent one after another to check on a house. So every day there is a man and a woman there. You spotted the same people around. And when you inquired on the last day, when you inquired merchant about if those people are like if they are living there or why they are always around. He told you that he doesn't know. They don't live here. They are just coming every day in the morning and sitting nearby in front of that house and just talking, eating. Sometimes half of them just going somewhere, but usually they hang around for entire almost entire day, and by the sunset they move along. So it's hard to say. He never seen them before they started to appear like a week ago.
So Entrock's seen them every day?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, then I will need to take a trip to Ledo to deliver the message. But if we want to go in this place, into this lake you mentioned, it's along the way, right?
I'm sorry. What mansion?
No, you say that Reason to contact the other clerics need to go to a village in the north, right?
Shazlim, yes. The village, the town of Shazlim. It's at the edge of this valley, which has the lake called the Lake Pit nearby Yurik. So it's
and my teacher asked me to leave him a message in that village outside of Balic if I spot anything strange.
Yeah, South Ladopolus. Yeah, that's the inn where the White Horror Inn that your master requested that you leave the message for him. So it will basically be a leather pouch with black and yellow stone, and he will know that his house is burnt, and he will basically never come back to Balic.
And so that's what so that's what we're going to do, I guess. But
Okay,
I suppose that in these 4 days we can do some other stuff in the city, right?
if you absolutely, if you because you haven't been spending entire day sitting around the house, obviously. So yeah, you have a freedom to do other things if you want to do something.
We can always
Okay.
see if an auction
Well,
comes up.
yeah, or you can bring we can actually bring some of our wares to the auction house and have an auction called for them.
Now the next auction will be a slave auction, and it will be in 2 weeks. And Kalimakos, yes, you are correct. Having being in a possession of the rare objects, you can set up an action that will be you will be presented as a donor. So your kind of your prestige will grow out of that, and then basically the after cutting the tax for a Templar and the cut for a auction house, you will get all the profit out of it. You could do that.
Then that's one thing we are going to do.
The inn
Oh,
growls through his teeth. You can go if you want, but I won't be anywhere near a slave auction.
We're not doing that the same day.
It doesn't have to. No. So it doesn't have to be on the same because if you donate the objects, you decide the time. If the auction house is available, then you can just bring the items and say, okay, on this day I would like to make an auction, and these are this will be the items that will be available. Basically, if you want to sell magic items, you need nobles, and the easiest to get the nobles will be around the weekends. So you may actually
I was not thinking about magic items yet. I was thinking about some of the lower value stuff for now. For the magic items, it would be better to take more time to gather the appropriate clientele, etc., etc.
I'm just adding flavor. Entrock really doesn't like slavery.
Yeah, you have been owned by someone, so you know how it can suck. So gotcha.
But
Okay, so what would be the items that you guys would like to present for an auction?
So we already decided the 3 green silk robes. That's one thing.
Might be not enough for.
Yeah, I say that's one thing.
Okay.
Then, well, what do you say? The golden tiara could be the forte of the auction.
Yeah, it's a handcraft and it's antique. So yes.
That's a good pick.
I would put these items on sale for now.
You also have these golden bracelets.
Yeah, those as well.
You remember they also have those symbolics of the. No, they were from the other temple, so they have symbolics of the Firebird on themselves.
The golden bracelets and the silver earrings.
Yeah.
I would sell these 4 sets of items.
Kalimakos, you know that you can sell metal coins as an auction objects for an auction. There are collectors who have a delight in said relics of the old time when the coins were made of metal completely. So some might be very interested. Some of the nobles or merchants or templars might be very interested in acquiring some of the gold, copper, or silver coins that you've acquired in the treasure uh, inside of that yuan-ti temple and beyond it.
Okay. How 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 many coins would it be safe to sell without drawing an unreasonable amount of attention?
Yes, because
You know, if you want to keep a high price, it's reasonable not to present too many at a time. So let's say
Yeah.
you can give like few so 1 to 5 gold, 1 to 5 silver, and 10 copper, and then each of them will have a very high value because it's unique, right? It's 1 of 5 or 1 of 10. It has unique symbolics on it, so people will be bidding because it's rare.
Yeah. Okay, then I would say one go, five gold, five silver, and 10 copper. Is this fine for everyone?
Don't do round numbers.
Sorry?
Pick a number like 7, 9, and 3. If you do
Okay,
something like 5,
okay,
5,
got
and
it.
10, they'll know that we have
Got it,
more.
got it. Then we can say, I don't know,
Like we found this
three,
in a pouch in
three
some
gold, three
place.
gold, four silver, and 11 copper.
Gotcha. Okay, I am a troll. I will give you the handouts so you can put those auction out items. It will be very easy later to track the value, basically the amount of money that you accumulate out of those. There you have it. So you can put it there.
will do.
Oh, Introg,
Mm-hmm.
can you subtract 3,000 ceramic pieces for the armor I bought? I'm sorry, 3,125.
Sure.
Actually, is Master Works that 125, is that doubled for the giant armor as well?
No, no. Because it has nothing to do with the size, right? Size is the amount of materials that you need, but the master crafted quality is always the same. So it will have a specific extra feature, and that extra feature cost you this much.
And while
Alright, I chose absorbent so I have resistance to poison.
Okay.
and while we're at it, what would it cost Antrok for a traveling wagon? If for just when we're traveling on land.
I think it was the wagon was 50 ceramic.
It's covered wagon, right? Like we could use it for shelter.
No, if you want that one, it will be probably more because you need to buy a canvas uh, strong enough to. So let's say 150 ceramic for a wagon, and you need some animals to uh, pull it.
Is everyone okay with that?
Oh, we got money to
No
burn.
problem. I mean, we have so much money, we can do almost whatever we want.
I would probably just get tents that we can set up every night instead of a covered wagon.
Yeah,
But
tent is a good idea.
yeah, but with the wagon, we can move things if we need to. Is what I'm thinking without having to carry them.
So
Hmm.
we can get
You can
both
do that.
items actually.
You can for that purpose, Entrock, instead of get dragging a wagon after you, because the wagon will be good for a trade route, but when you will be traveling in the wild, it will immediately become an issue. So if you want to carry stuff, you can buy additional mounts. One kank can carry up to 400 pounds. So they are quite potent in terms of being carrier animals. So you can buy additional kangs, and just for the purpose of having carriers. And if you buy like five, that's already one metric ton that they can carry altogether.
Mm, what do you say? Do we want five, let's say, battle trained kanks so that they won't run
Well,
off if we're attacked?
Well, so it would be 5 plus the 3 we are riding, plus the 4 we are
No,
riding. That sounds a little bit excessive.
no, sorry,
Because-
three, because you have three, because Rezo doesn't ride.
So 8 in total still looks a bit
Yeah.
excessive. Because also,
Uh,
I would say 5 in total. So the 3 we ride, which you can also dismount from if needed, plus 2 hours.
All right, so two more battle trained kanks, let's say.
Then,
I would say 5 tanks and then just get rid of the ones we have.
yeah, as I said, 5 in total.
so
And
for
I'm gonna
the
sell the
ones that
non-trained
ones
one
that
I
you have,
have.
that you will get 50 back. So if you buy two additional, because you purchased the war kanks before, as I remember. So if you acquire two more and you sell the three that you had, that will be 150. So instead of paying 500, you pay 350 extra.
Okay,
Yeah,
why
okay.
don't we do that?
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna delete the one I have.
But we have 5 total, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna just. And by the way, and I at least for the ones we ride, we probably want bindings, possibly for the others as well.
Yeah, 'cause I can't ride them. I weigh over 1,000 pounds.
Yeah,
They can only carry 400.
yeah. You are not riding them, but the others may.
No, I'm walking. We have 2 extra to carry our stuff, and then y'all 3 are riding.
I mean, if you
So
wanted something to ride, you could get like a mechalot.
yeah, but the food will be an issue. So you will require a lot of provision for the Mekilot. But Mekilot is really, that's a huge and strong beast.
Mm-hmm.
Just it's aggressive. So, but you have a high wisdom, so your will is strong. You probably may manage to,
Yeah,
but it can be
that one
problematic,
has a
especially with
problem.
other animals.
It's basically impossible to go around without being noticed with an animal like that. So we will be spotted
But
at a distance.
they are popular for a big caravans. Alkalimacos. They are popular. So uh, I know that it all sounds a bit strange because players usually they don't play Dark Sun, and Dark Sun is so much different in terms of traveling and things that you encounter in the wild. It's different. Keep thinking about it like it's a Mad Max. So when you remember how the traveling in a Mad Max was, usually people were not traveling alone. Max was like a unique. He was encountering groups of people together riding different vehicles, or but always the groups, because group has a higher chance to defend themselves, and they always had these vehicles because in terms if they would be overrun, they could quickly make turn these vehicles into like a protective barrier from under from behind which they could use the ranged weapon to fend off the attackers, and have a better chance to defend themselves. And this is exactly the same thing with the Dark Sun. Most of the world is a wasteland, and there will be nomads and bandits trying to get advantage of the travelers. So the big caravan and having additional five gangs wouldn't be that strange. And you might even want to hire, especially that depends on what goods you are currently carrying. You definitely will hire some mercenaries to give you additional protection. Obviously, player characters may not be interested that much in an option to share the risk and then the findings with the mercenaries, NPC mercenaries. But in terms of if you will be ever interested in establishing like caravans that will be producing money for you, this is something that you need to keep in mind.
Hey, Saga.
The protection. Sorry.
No worries. I was just going to say you reminded me before we leave. Maybe we could experimentally just try setting up one caravan. See what we
We
get
still
out
have
of it.
Four
about
days, 4
we
days
still
are
have
not
about
enough for that.
we still have
It
about
requires a lot of preparation.
caravan.
Yes.
I mean, to set up the caravan, no, you just decide how many animals, what goods you wanna ship, where, and then you can ship it.
Like I said, just like as an experiment, see what we get out of it.
It will not. It will take a lot of time to probably travel to the destination city and back. So it will not happen in the one session unless you will be willing to skip that much of a time. But you can at least set up the caravan if you want to.
Sure.
Um, that's one of the things. We still have about 30 minutes, unless you guys would like to just go to sleep
No, I don't think
around
so.
11, because I understand that it's kind of getting late for you. But because we started kind of late, so yeah.
Yeah, well,
I
before thinking about the caravan, I would do all the other stuff we need to do because that may require a little bit more thinking. The rest should be quicker.
And basically, the entire setup of the caravans, if you want to invest some of your resources into it and start shipping goods between Balic and other cities like Gal, Gnibenai, then Tyr, then farther to the north, Yurik, Ram, Drach, and the northern cities. Eldarich and Kern, um, then yeah, you could 100% do it between the sessions in the downtime. So we can communicate over the Discord, and I will tell you what are the prices, how much will cost the equipment for the caravan, how much the labor force will be, and then how much potentially you will be getting out of a one caravan. And so every once in a while, as the time will be passing, we'll be checking on that, and between the sessions, your establishment might grow. Basically, it's not nothing unusual. Many nobles are engaged in this kind of in a trade because they have resources to provide for those. You may actually fund a ship of your own. You have enough resources even now to found a ship and start the transportation of the goods from the Sea of Silt and the islands there. So the rare minerals and a trade potentially that is established along the sea, along the shore of the sea. So that's another thing that you could do.
Even the wait is not such a big deal because we're about to be away for a very long time. So by the time we get back, we might have results.
Yeah, at
Yeah,
least at least a month, judging by the distance. With the ship, a bit faster, but it's like there and back, so it will take a little. Yes.
yeah.
But
Actually,
first, we have
be-
to go to his teacher.
yeah. Before doing that, actually, while we are still in Balik, another thing that I wanted to do is to check out with my friends the other novels I do and try to find out if anything worthy of notice happened in the city while I was away. What are the latest gossip, that sort of things.
Yeah, good call. You can make investigation check for that as you talk to your friends. Damn! Look at this man rolling critical success. Between words, because obviously nobles, they are not willing to share too much, but between words there are tensions growing between the nobles and the sorcerer king, mainly caused by the events in the Tyr and the revolution that happened there. The King Kalak was killed, and there is no sorcerer king in Tyr right now. It's a free city. Slavery was abolished, and former High Templar named Titian has been chosen by the people of Tyr to be their king. Former Templars, most of them who were loyal to Kalak, and nobles and members of the establishment and merchant community who also were noble to Kalak, they were given a chance to leave the city and not being persecuted. And this way, that was a very smart move by the Titian, because in a one swift move, allowing people to keep their possession but leave the city, he got rid of almost all the potential opposition that could potentially lead to an open revolt very soon after the original revolution happened. So it's a year after, and his influence is growing. There is still a restless city, but uh, not to the point that there is any threat of counter revolt happening, because there is not enough loyalists to the Kalak remains. But because of the events in Tyr, Andropinis become like the other sorcerer kings and queens as well. They become more paranoid about the potential risk of the um, uh, you know um, a plot to overthrow him in the same manner as what happened to the king in Tyr. So inevitably the tensions are growing, because Andropinis is, now trying to perform more investigations to find out who is loyal to him and who is not. And as it is with the tyranny, even if the people are saying that they are loyal, they not necessarily love the tyrant that is ruling the city. So many nobles are being kind of harassed, not to the point that it led to an open hostility, but at least to make the living a little bit difficult, sometimes even to the need of undergoing trials. And some of the lower nobles were already exiled from the Balic. So members of you knew one of the families that's just vaguely, but you knew them. You've met the members of that house a few times in the common party. They were expelled of Balic by the order of Andropinis due to, um, let's say, suspicious activities and the risk of the treason of the state, as the official order of expelling mentioned. So, there are jokes said about that, but you've noticed that basically nobles right now are kind of disturbed by this fact, and everyone is living in a kind of a paranoidal state that they might be next, and the Templars might knock to the door of dimension and accuse them of conspiracy against the throne, and then the entire golden dream that they are living might disappear in a blink of an eye. So uh, there is kind of a tension between the actual power and the, let's say, formal lawmakers, because this kind of oppression will inevitably lead to some sort of um, resistance and response. Nothing happened yet, but you have a feeling that, in general, all of the nobles are not happy how the situation changed. uh, they never liked Tyr, so now they blame obviously the Tyr for all the evil that happens. But the other factor that changed their life is Andropinis and the Templars. So obviously there is a crack that is growing between the nobles and the let's say factual power and the lawmakers of the Balic. And if this will continue to happen, then definitely some sort of the revolt must be expected in Balic as well, because the nobles have enough of resources and enough of power to at least try to oppose openly the king and the Templars. They might not be able to cast the spells, but they have enough money to hire a lot of to quickly master a lot of um, armed force and basically found an army that will challenge the army of the sorcerer king himself. Not to mention that many nobles are engaged in sea trading, so they have the fleet of their own, maybe not as splendid as the war fleet of the Templars, but still they have, in a numbers, they probably have more vessels combined. So situation may go two ways. One, the Andropinis and his Templars, they will kind of cool down and accept the situation as it is right now. So the tension will not continue to grow. Two, the paranoia will continue, and as they do the investigation, some of the greedy Templars may actually find a reason to, score a few easy points and I falsely accuse some of the nobles for a treason, manipulate the investigation in a way that will prove them guilty, and then obviously it will continue to spin the wheel of a suspicion and paranoia within the Balic, so further breaking the trust between the lawmakers and the nobles, which inevitably then lead to the civil war in Balic. So right now you are in the beginning of the road, and it may mean nothing, but from the other hand, the civil war may happen within a year, only if the situation will continue to go on the current course.
Okay, interesting. And last thing I want to do before we can leave is to buy the kind of ink I need to transcribe mirror image on my spell book, of course, without telling the merchants what I need it for.
Okay, so it will cost you uh, 1,000 ceramic, and you because you need to buy the kind of rare ink. The best quality ink is produced from the ink that sealed horrors are making. So and a specific kind of those. So it's not that easy to actually acquire. But yeah, it will cost you around 1,000, let's say 1,000 ceramic, and you can copy the content of the scroll to your book. In the meantime, Rezo, one day you were approached by a child. It looked like one of the homeless child that are crawling the streets of Balik. But this child, when it approached you, it had a strange, absent gaze, and it was speaking in a slow, with a slow voice, accenting every word separately. It said, "She asked me to give it to you, and the kid gave you, it was a girl, she gave you a small shell that has a very nice bluish accent in its color, and when you hold it in your hand it feels cool, almost chilling in a touch, but as you're holding it you feel kind of refreshed, revigorated."
I ask her, who is he?
As you receive the shell, the child's gaze turned back to normal, and she is looking at you with a surprised gaze. Then looked around and a little bit scared and intimidated, ran away.
Yeah, I do have that effect on children?
Um, you are big. I will give you. Hold on. This. Oh yeah. There you go.
It sounds nice for Rainy Giant.
All right.
I'm going to detect magic.
You have to take magic. Yeah, it is magical object. It has a magical quality.
Introg, identify this.
Entrog. Can Entrog identify objects?
He did last
Yes,
time.
he can. He can.
Item lore, yes.
And I forgot that you were. Yeah. Because you are a soul knife, and you. Yeah. Okay. So let me show. Well, let me add the quality of it to the description. Uh,
It's going to say cursed when squeezed, and I've already squeezed it.
I updated the description of a shell with information about uh, how to use it and what it does. Not she.
Looks
It's
cool.
shell. Okay.
I guess that goes into group loot.
It's up to you. It was given to you.
I think you're the one who needs it the most, since you're the one who needs to drink the most.
That's true.
That would definitely lighten my load of water. I guess I'll just put it on myself since I'll be using it. Or I'd get
Yeah.
the most benefit from it versus someone benefiting from like 1 gallon of water.
Yes, and basically, if you have drink on that day, then it will produce the amount of the water that you need, right? So 4 gallons instead of one, if that would be a medium creature. So when you drink, when you are in a place that has a bountiful of water, you can still use a shell and produce extra water for your party, for a future, like safekeeping.
Well, I guess still add it to group loot and just note that I have it.
Go ahead.
Just in case I ever die, the group doesn't lose it.
Okay.
And I went ahead and tell everyone that a girl who looks like she was controlled handed it to me, saying someone told her to give it to me. And when she gave it to me, she snapped out of it, looked scared, and ran away.
Well, apparently, even our spirit friends are trying to help us, or we are actually being kept an eye on by many different parties, and I'm not sure it's a good thing.
Yeah, because I don't know who can control the mind of someone.
That spirit definitely looked capable of.
I added the shell to the list, and Entrock agrees, and he says, I'm thinking more and more we should do something about these spirits. Now they're trying to bribe us.
Well, actually, they're
Okay,
trying to
well,
bribe me and scare me because they keep talking to me.
You don't know who deliver oh no, it's
He's making guesses.
yeah, I know.
I don't know if the one that was warning us to stay away. I don't know if those the ones trying to get us to
No,
deliver the key.
the ones that warned you to stay away, they were definitely water elementals. You know the presence because you were communicating with them multiple times, and you have spent a lot of time with talking to the spirits when you were undergoing your trial, being lying at the bottom of the water pool for entire night. So you know the presence, you can recognize it. Those were definitely water elementals. The spirit in a dream, you sense that it has a connection with the water, but its nature was not of the elementals. No, it has some similarities, but it's not of the same kind. This you know for 100%. You are absolutely certain of it, and no doubt about it.
All right, we need to go to the oasis place, and I need to commune to them and ask them about the key because we
yeah,
still
and
have it and we don't know what to do with it, and they're
about
warning
those
us not to
spirits that
go.
contacted us.
So
Both the
I suppose we first go to Southodopolis to warn Kalimakos' master, and then we get a ride by the Silt Sea up toward the oasis.
Shazlim,
no, this place
that's
is
not.
not along
If
this
you wanna,
Sorry.
Paul.
no, you are going to go to the Shazlim, this town next to the lake pit, where frequently was visited by the master of Rezo.
Yeah, but we're first going to warn Kalimikos' master
Yes, we're going to
Yeah,
because
depose
it's
him.
a
but
long
that's along the road.
That's not that far away, so it won't take us that much time.
And then we go to this oasis, and then depending what we find, we discover there, we decide how to proceed.
Okay.
But before we do that, you still haven't told us how much we earned from that auction.
So you wanna that will
I already
be
set up the
1 week.
list.
Yeah. So if you will set it up, you need a week for the auction masters to send invitations to the nobles and potentially interested collectors among the merchants who will be, prone to acquire said goods. You have those rare coins. You have those ropes, of the high quality and stuff. So um, it will take a week. If you wanna wait for a week, prepare. Let's say prepare for your trip because it will take you a while to travel from Balic through Ladopolus, then to Shazlim, and then to decide where you wanna go. From there, once leaving the message for the master of Rezo. Actually, 1 week of for a preparation is a good time. Then collect the payment. Is that okay for everyone that we
Yeah.
skip the week?
Okay, for me it's okay.
It's fine by me.
So
Sure.
between the sessions, if you will have anything that you would like to do within the set week, maybe I don't know, some order some crafting or do some additional purchases, then sure. Remember that you will have to purchase some supplies before leaving, but we can take care of that also between sessions. And now the
And
money that you will acquire, the money that you will acquire. I have to find a handout.
probably, probably we will also need to reconvert some of our funds into gems if we are going to travel in the territory of other cities.
The border city for, I mean the border place for Balik is Altaruk.
Yeah.
Altaruk is
So,
where the influence of Balik ends.
since we will need to go further north, we will not be able to use Balic's coins there, right?
Yeah. Okay,
Of
now I
course,
have to
not
quickly.
all of our funds, because we don't want to travel with that absurd amount of money, but enough for anything we could need along the way.
Can we buy some diamonds?
You could. Diamonds have a very high value though, but yes, certainly you could do that. Now let me tell you, I need the calculator quickly.
Because at level 3, I automatically know Revivify, but it requires a diamond that's consumed on
Yes,
spell use.
this is the remember this is the only revival spell available on Athas. Because of the specific conditions, there are no gods, so you cannot commune with the gods, and elementals cannot revive dead people. Revivify, I am allowing because it's not exactly a revival spell. We consider it as like using uh, ESP, that's how you call it.
Defibrillator.
Yeah, defibrillator, yes. So the person is still not considered dead, and you can basically shock them to boost the heart and boost mainly boost the heart to start pumping again and delivering the oxygen and blood to organs. So it's not exactly dead body yet. That's why you can use it.
So
Uh,
then I think I need some reagents on me. It says
yeah,
a
now.
diamond worth 300 gold.
That you will have much more than that. I am just checking quickly. Three, okay. 1d10. And it obviously it's lagging. Uh, okay. Okay, guys. So for the coins alone, you've earned again. 100, 127,500 ceramic pieces. The auction house will charge you. Okay, now you have to make a persuasion check. How much will be the fee of the auction house that they will tell you?
Yeah, just a moment.
I cast guidance.
Okay,
Okay,
so you
let
have
me
guidance.
activate.
Enable guidance, yeah.
Oh,
They will
Yay!
they will charge you only 10% of the value. So minus 10%. So for the coins, you've earned 114,750 ceramic pieces. Especially the gold coin, the gold coins, the auctions were very heated up, and one of the merchants from Drach purchased one, and then two of the local nobles, each of them purchased one of those. Silver will also quite look after. Copper were just a mild price, but yeah, the gold was drove people mad. Then we have ropes. Uh,
By the way, is someone writing all of this down?
yes, I am.
Perfect.
so for the ropes, you've earned 4,050. Tiara. For tiara after the tax, 4,500 ceramic. Bracelets, bracelets and earrings, they weren't. I'm sorry, they weren't sold that much. So for the earrings, the standard price a little bit more. Well, so I have to check the value because I don't remember. Earrings 100 ceramic and bracelets. Okay, so
Sorry, viewers, I'm bookkeeping for the party. We're making lots of money.
$4,950 after tax for bracelets and earrings. Having more money is not bad.
That is a grand total of 128,250.
Yeah, basically each of the golden gold coins got you around 30,000 of ceramic pieces.
Not bad at all.
I think we can just send an adventuring party up with the key and retire.
Yeah, you do the job.
Well, one never know if you will find actually that you wanna have like a trade tycoon in a dark sun, and instead of running through the dungeons, you actually want to engage in a trade campaign and do a lot of traveling between the cities and establishing. I am open to that. Why not? It can be extremely fun to have like more like espionage and building up relationships with the partners and being engaged in city affairs and so on. If that's what you want, I can make a campaign more prone into that. If
For for now, we know what our next step will be. So
yes,
let's focus on that.
yes, and I guess, guys, because my signal is kind of jumping. There is even more clients here right now, and I don't want to start, um, next potential encounters and then lose a connection. So maybe we will just wrap it up here. I'm sorry for that. I will add you sometime on the next session. And sorry for the problems that we had with the connection, the quality of it. I have a very little. In the end, it wasn't that bad, but those technical problems that we had, I apologize for. I couldn't do much more than just use the internet cafe. Entire district is basically offline because they are fixing the stuff before the Christmas. So that's the reason.
We almost didn't have a
Nothing you
session.
could have done about it.
We almost didn't have a session, so I have no complaints.
Yeah, yeah.
But before you leave, how much experience did we earn today?
Yes. So for the city, I will give you 1,000 for all the, uh, you know, things that you've experienced, all the informations that you were able to gather, all the contacts, how you handle Templars, the auction. Yeah, 1,000.
Okay, so we're level 5 now.
Congratulations.
Hey, I now have clairvoyance.
And you have clairvoyance.
Paul, sometime I need to get your help looking at my sheet. It's messed up with the classes. I think it's Mystic throwing things off.
Uh, I will have to. Somebody was. I will have to. The other friend of mine about how to set up it properly. Yeah, because it's showing Mystic Soul Knife 3 when it should be showing
It
Mystic
should be
Soul
Mystic.
Knife
Yeah, it should be Fighter 3 and Soul Knife 1.
now Soul Knife 2, right? So don't. I think what he mentioned is not to use Character Mancer at all if you want to multi-class on Roll20, because Character Mancer screws up a lot of the stuff, including this how it shows levels and stuff. So it's better when you multi-class to use just um, a manually fill up everything instead of using character monster. So perhaps that's the way we will do it. To like rebuild your sheet from the start. It will take a little, I guess, but I mean it should not. We will see how it will start showing up because at level Now you will be Soul Knife 2. I don't know.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I could go fighter 5 for the extra attack, but soul knife is a little low.
Yeah, I mean, every Mystic class starts to shine once you have your psi limit risen to at least 5, when you can start using those, very interesting disciplines
Plus, I can
or
get some
options.
more disciplines.
Yeah.
Since we poor soul knives don't get any bonus ones.
But yeah, then again, having fighter, whenever someone is basically the multi-classing with the fighter, I'm always seeing a very good reason to rush the fighter either to level 5 or to level 6. Level 5, obvious reason, extra attack. Level 6, because of ability score modifier that you get at level 6 as a fighter.
Yep.
And then switch to the second class, or start focusing only on the second class that you already have. Because early levels are easier to acquire, so you will get that extra attack and ability score modifier pretty soon, right? It will be way faster than later on once you need like 30,000 experience points to get next level. Obviously, it will take less time to do it early, and then just focus on the main class that you wanna progress. So you have two options here. You can keep the soul knife on the current level and just get that 5th level in the fighter or 6th level in a fighter, whichever you need more. And yeah, 6th level wouldn't be that bad because you would be able to buff your intelligence more.
Although I would think about soul knife too, just because I get telepathy, and that can be handy.
Yeah. I mean, a soul knife biggest advantage are soul knives. Uh, that's a lot of utility that he gets, kind of roguish feeling. So you can really pack a lot of damage in one turn. You have a lot of mobility, nice control disciplines. Some of them nice utility disciplines like this. Like this item lore. Completely forgot. So yeah, you have a lot of nice, cool. Hold on, shouldn't you have additional discipline at level? Ah, no, you are on level 2. No, okay, ignore me.
I'm actually unfortunately going to lose some abilities here because it's actually showing a higher level than I should be. It's showing me as Fighter 3, Soul Knife 3. It's not that.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, I'm going to lose some abilities.
Temporarily, yes, but then again, in mechanically wise, the fighter, you rush it. This class, it's basically I mean, for the beginning it will be your base class, but it will become secondary once you will start investing into the other class, and you rush it because of the basically stat value that you get from it, extra attack, and an additional ability score modifier at level 6. Once you have it, depends which one you need more, because you can stop at level 5 and then invest 15 levels into or more into, just invest completely into the mystic. I would probably do that, because but it's up to you. You may find
Okay.
a reason in other.
I actually needed the opinion of the party. Which of these three spells do you want me to take? Fireball, slow, haste. They are all amazing, but we cannot. But I cannot take everything.
Um, I would
I
guess.
know what
Go ahead.
I know what Fireball does. I'm not familiar with what the other two spells do.
They are great control spells
Mm-hmm.
and buff. One is
Haste. Yeah, haste is choose a willing creature within 30 feet. While the spell lasts, which is concentration 1 minute, the target spell is doubled, +2 to armor class, advantage to dexterity saving throws, and 1 additional action each turn.
Yeah, speed. Double speed.
Yeah, double speed. And slow is basically the opposite. Up to 6 creature must do a saving throw. If they fail, they half speed -2 AC and dexterity saving throws. They can't use reaction, and they can use either action or bonus action, not both. And they cannot make more than 1 attack during each turn.
Well,
So one of the best control spells in a game for against the groups.
do you have many attack spells or area of attack spells?
For now, the only area attack spell I have is Burning Hands, which is not bad, but at 3rd level, it does 5d6 damage, Fireball does 8.
Personally, I would suggest Fireball and then one of the other two.
Yeah, the point is that I have 2 spells I can take. I want to, since my speciality is Abjuration, I want to take at least 1 Abjuration spell. And there are some really amazing ones, which will probably be Counterspell or Resist Energy.
Well, then, from the ones you named, I really don't think you can go wrong with any of them. I think they're all good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem.
Yeah.
You don't have to pick right now. You have a week to figure that out.
About it.
Because also Entrock has the things to reconsider. Rezo has definitely some additional stuff coming in because 5th level, that's extra, that's 3rd level spell slots as well. So you may figure that out combined.
Oh, they're getting all the cool stuff.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of AoE.
Yeah, well, for sure, most likely, either at this level or the next one, I will take Counterspell because that is the 3rd level spell from my point of view.
Oh, yes.
Especially considering that 10th level, I have a bonus to that.
Counterspell is good. I'm always surprised when I see the parties not having on the spell list spells like web, slow, counterspell. It amazes me, but somehow they manage to survive. So maybe that's the reason. Probably that's also an issue with the 5th edition, that it's so easy, that allows the parties to make the obvious mistakes in the choice of the spell books like this. 3rd edition was not that forgiving. If you didn't have a control,
3rd edition was terrible.
Sorry.
Yeah, I said 3rd edition, you had to have the perfectly coordinated spell books among the party.
Yeah, and that was actually great because the entire party needed to plan the way. Okay, so I will have this. I will cover this part of the spell slots. Let's say so. I will focus on the control. I will focus on the healing, and I will be DPS, and I will be a physical DPS and tank. And then you were going through the encounters, and everyone knew what the role is. And they were doing their part, and the party was cooperating. That was great. That's the soul of the RPG.
I'll be the outlier and admit I have amnesia about 4th edition. It didn't happen.
Yeah, it didn't happen.
Fourth didn't exist. I know that some of you thought you saw it, but you didn't.
I never played it, actually, guys. I never played it. I mean, it was published, and I was going to actually run. I was already had a party, and I was going to run a Dark Sun campaign because it was published for the 4th edition. But we actually never played it because the rules were so obnoxiously complicated. And my new players were like, maybe next week, maybe something. It never happened, and the job, and then it died. So when the fight with some minion monsters last 1.5 hours, No,
Yeah.
no, no.
There's a reason it disappeared fast.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. As always, it's really nice to having you on a session. I have to kind of wrap up the stuff because my timer on clock is going to expire in a moment, and I will
Okay.
be going home.
Very last thing before you leave. Are you going to play next Saturday or not?
I will be. I will be. That's why I was asking. I will be. 25th, I wouldn't be. Probably I wouldn't be available. But 26th, I will be. So if you guys will be, I know that Mauro already said he will. Rezo, I'm sorry, Blue Elliot, correct? No,
It's blue.
Blue. You also said that you will be, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. What about you, JT?
When am I not at the computer, Paul? I'll always be here for games.
Okay, so and we know that Ben is back and he will be next week. He already said that. So yeah, next week we'll be back in 4 and you start traveling. So he skipped the city and some stuff in the. Actually, he skipped entire module with the dungeon. But for him, there are other dungeons coming, so no worry about that. Thank you again for this session and. If you will have any question again, catch me over the Discord. I wish you well and see you next week.
See you
Yeah,
next
he
week.
Bye bye.
did. See you. Bye.
Okay, everyone. Sorry for all the skipping around there. That was episode 6 of Scorched Land Saga with GM Paulson. And, well, we had a lot of role playing going on this session, which is great. We did tons of combat the prior session, so it was fun to finally get to Balic to see what we could do with our riches there, and boy, did we ever make some money. Um, we have some clues now that we really need to investigate these spirits which are visiting us about their key. And before we set out to do that, we've got to go warn Kalimakos's teacher that he's been found out as a member of the Veiled Alliance, which is an organization trying to bring down the rule of the sorcerer kings and queens. So lots going to happen next week. I hope you will tune in on the 26th to watch. If you would like to join one of GM Paulson's games, well, he and I are co DMs, and between Legacy Art Games and Black Dice Gaming, which is GM Paulson's server. And I know him well, and I would really encourage you to seek him out by the Discord on your screen and in the video info, and try out a session. He's always very generous with his first timers, and you'll have fun. He's got all kinds of games going. So, with that said, I wish you guys a wonderful night and, well, a great tomorrow. I will see you again tomorrow. And until then, have a good one. Stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourselves and each other.